Good morning and welcome along to the third and final day of Group A action here at the MODUS Super Series. By the close of play today, we will have our first player through to Saturday's finals night. At the moment, it's looking like a certainty that it'll be John Henderson. Let's remind you of how things unfolded yesterday. Adam Lipscomb was in danger of getting cut adrift at the bottom of the Group A table after day one, but won 3 of his 5 games yesterday to keep his Group B hopes alive. Kantele continues to show glimpses of what he's capable of, but not consistently enough to mount a significant charge in Group A. After a superb debut day for Moreno Michels, he struggled to back it up on Tuesday despite 2 stunning outs of 1-2-2 and 1-2-5. Sherrock delivered an average in excess of 105 on the opening day, but inconsistency has cost her overall and prevented a realistic chance of topping the table come the end of play today. Harrell picked up 2 wins yesterday, but I think it's fair to say we've not seen the best of him yet this week. It looks as though he'll return in Group B because Group A favourite John Henderson continues to lead the way at the top of the league table. He treated us to the best performance of the week so far, averaging just shy of 107 in beating Sherrock. He's edging closer to finals night. Yeah, John Henderson well clear of the chasing pack in first place. 8 points separate him and Harrell and Sherrock in second and third. Really impressive the way he's gone about his business this week, especially with the question marks over him coming into this. We weren't sure what he'd produce given what he'd done on the Challenge Tour over recent weeks. Really impressive though.
Yeah, really has raised his game over that period in those Challenge Tours. Was averaging around about 86. His current average over the course of 2 days is over 94. So he's found another level, and as I suggested Monday, maybe it was just a little slump in form, but he's certainly found his feet here this week. Yeah,
let's have a look then. Confirmation of how things stand with 15 more matches to be played today. Adam Lipscomb is still sat bottom of the league standings, but as we were just saying in that highlights VT, there a significant improvement from him. Getting that first victory on the board yesterday really changed his demeanour, didn't it?
Yeah, he just looked a lot happier and a lot more confident. Picked up 3 wins yesterday. As you said, didn't pick up a win at all on Monday. So he's very much playing what we refer to as the mindset of resetting on Thursday and going again. And listen, don't write him off. We've seen some good spells from him yesterday, but just left himself too much to do. I think for me, Kantele, a little bit disappointed, expected a bit more from him. Probably say the same for Fallon, although we've seen some brilliant stuff from her. Certainly expected a higher level.
Yeah, we've seen some really impressive stuff from Fallon so far this week. On Monday, she treated us to an average in excess of 105, but consistency's been an issue for her, hasn't it?
Yeah, and that's sort of been an issue for her this season. Listen, this is a beautiful start to this match. She actually went on to lose the game, had multiple opportunities to win it, but a 1-3-7 from Harrell to win the match in the deciding leg. So, you know, it started brilliant and ended poorly for her. But, yeah, she just got an issue with backing up a good performance. And if you look at her numbers across the year in the women's series, that's exactly the same problem she's had. Well, of course, now and again you might get away with one. Here she's not getting away with it.
Yeah, interestingly as well, her 2 victories yesterday, both in last leg deciders. When she's under that pressure, she does know how to handle it.
Yeah, she is. She's fabulous under the cosh. We've seen that on TV. She's a bit like Dimitri, really shines when she's properly under the pump. But as Dimitri did for a long time, struggled on the floor. It may be a motivational thing, or she just needs that extra pressure to make her sharp.
Moreno Michels on debut here at the Super Series. Monday was really impressive. The only player, in fact, to get the better of John Henderson so far this week. Yesterday, he fell off the pace slightly. What do you expect him to do for the remainder of the week?
Yeah, well, I don't think he knows, so we haven't got a clue. But listen, he's steady enough. He's averaging nearly 85 for the opening 2 days of play. He can hit 180s. He's okay. His finishing's brilliant if it happens in one sequence. If he's given sort of 3 darts at a double, he'll tend to chase it around a bit, and that was costly for him yesterday. not so much on Monday. But yeah, I think he's enjoying himself. He seems to be having a bit of fun up there. And listen, I'm enjoying watching him.
Absolutely. He's up first this morning, taking on James Harrell. I think it's fair to say, even though Harrell is second in the league standings, we've not seen anywhere near his best level yet.
No, he's got gears. He's got gears. It may come today. It may come on Thursday and Friday. But he's certainly a player that we shortlisted as one of those we certainly would expect to be here on Saturday night. Listen, he's a former WDF #1. He's won ranking titles. He's third in terms of performance levels on the Challenge Tour. He's averaging over 90 for the whole of the Challenge Tour season so far. So he's got levels to his game. Just not found him here yet this week.
Yeah, and still able to pick up 10 points despite being nowhere near his best. Let's have a look then at the bet builder for this morning's session. Talk us through these selections. They return 6-1.
Yeah, well, this is based on all the most popular bets on the exchanges. Lipscomb against Sherrock. They're looking at Sherrock to win 4-2 or better, 11-10. Kantele against Moreno, total legs over 5.5. Well, when you look at their running averages for the week, almost identical, so that has every opportunity to go to a 6th or 7th leg. And then Moreno against Fallon, handicap betting, minus 1.5 at 5-4. And that's an interesting bet because their aggregate scoreline suggests it will be 4-2 to Fallon.
Do you see there being much movement today, or do you think things are set in stone with how the rest of the week will pan out?
Well, the way moving day went yesterday, nothing moved and nothing changed. So, no, I think it'll pretty much play out as we've seen. Now that we've had 2 days, you're sort of working out the levels of players. Yes, I expect James to improve. But will he improve enough to catch John Henderson? I doubt it, because I don't expect Hendo's levels to drop enough. But yeah, I think it'll pretty much play out as it is.
Right then, let's get the action underway, shall we? First up for you this morning, it is Michels taking on Harrell.
Morning, Abby. Morning, everybody. Welcome along to Wednesday at the MODUS Super Series, the final day in the frontier for qualification to Saturday night. But it's a frontier which has pretty much been wrapped up by John Henderson yesterday. He has an 8-point lead at the top of the group, and so the battle that we'll be ensuing is for Group B darts on Thursday and Friday, respectively. A win for Moreno Michels in this first game of the session against James Harrell would mean the 3 players would find themselves locked on 10 points in the group, and with Fallon Sherrock taking on John Henderson, the Highlander, who has been running away with proceedings, well, we could have 3 players tied on 10, and then Henderson would have guaranteed his spot into Saturday night's finale. He's 8 clear with 10 to play for.
Game on.
Here's Harrell on 10 points, who kicks us off.
$100.
Danny McNamara is our referee, and Chris Mayton is alongside me.
Good morning, Henry. Good morning, everybody.
41.
Sit tight for another thrilling day. I think the top of the table is pretty much done and dusted.
60.
But we, of course, have that all-important Group B to think about. The players keen, of course, to
45.
qualify for Group B, because that's a 5-player field with the top 3 going through. That starts on Thursday night at 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff
60.
TV. And what the players want to avoid is Group C, which is a 6-player field, which is the bottom 3 from this Group A, and
41.
3 new players coming in.
James Harrell went off the 4-9 favourite to win this game. Moreno Michels, the 13-8 outsider. But if you actually break down their statistics, there's a real interesting dynamic as Harrell hits the first max of the day. Well, 3 players, all with averages of 84 yesterday. Michels and Harrell were 2 of them.
Games require 101.
In fact, if you dissect their numbers, there's really not anything between them.
No, they're pretty much locked around sort of late 84,
61.
85, aren't they? Which is pretty much the theme for this group.
Well, I say stats are only a
Games
guide, but the
require
stats
40.
actually tell us everything so far this week, as Harrell looks at Tots a 1-0 lead. And that's exactly what he does. Because Henderson, with a big advantage in terms of points at the top of the group, has a big advantage in terms of overall performance as
Moreno
well.
to throw
And then the players who are
first. Game
quite
on.
tight in the middle part of the pack, well, they can't be separated in terms of averages. And then even in terms of doubles ratios, things like
90.
that, there's really nothing between them.
Yeah, and what gives us a guide to their current level of play. As I said to Abby, I think James has a couple of gears to go. We've
100.
certainly seen nowhere near the best of him. He's averaging around 85. Well, his challenge tour numbers are far, far superior to that.
Well, I managed to catch up with James earlier on this morning, and he was very quick to be
190.
critical of the way that he's played so far this week as he piles in a second max of the match. Well, his actual overall running average for the
100.
last 12 months, James Harrell, is just a shade under 89. It's 88.91. Currently here running at around 106.5. Going out the gate quickly.
Yeah, but this season
140.
on the Challenge Tour,
131.
it's over 90, which puts him in third place on that entire list.
43. James require 81.
Had a 9 darter on the Challenge Tour as well. This year's James Harrell against our commentary colleague Scott Mitchell. It's going to be a dart of the bullseye for a 2-0 lead for Harrell. And it wasn't too
56.
far away.
Moreno require
9 darters
88.
don't happen by accident. 18 and ball. Can he find the button?
47. James require 25.
Neither could push the button. But Harrell can
James on
find
the second
double 8.
leg,
It's a
James
2-0 lead
Harrell.
in 30 darts.
Yeah, this is the sort of kind of level of play I expected from James coming into
Early
this.
James to throw first. Game on.
Today's going to be moving day.
Static day, wasn't it?
190.
Oh, there was no movement yesterday on moving day.
100.
James Harrell hit 4 180s for the entirety of the day yesterday. He's hit 3 in his first game.
Yeah, his 180 tally over 2 days again. Looking
125.
at the numbers, and it's a big sample on that Challenge Tour. On Monday, he hit just 1. Yesterday, he hit 4.
180.
As you said, he's hit a 180 in each of the 3 legs played so far. Cancel that.
190.
Make that 4 in 3. And 6 in 2 and a bit legs.
100. James requires 16.
On for a potential 10 darter here.
Game
12 will
shot with
do.
her leg, James Harrell.
12 will do. 16, 14 and 12, an average of 107.36.
Fourth leg Moreno to throw first.
As many tons and 140s as he has 180s.
125.
8 scores of a ton or more. 4 of them are 180s.
It's
100.
game 1 and James Harrell's already given that treble 20 some feather marks.
Smashing it to smithereens.
100.
Yeah, in terms of Challenge Tour performance, only 2 players have had a higher average over the course of the year than James Harrell.
60.
One of them is top of this group by a considerable margin in John Henderson, and the other one we're going to see at Champions Week in Darrell Pilgrim.
97. $140. 100. 45. Moreno requires 79.
As well slip from Harrell. It gives Michels an opportunity at 79, but missed the big number there, so has to recover. He's not going to do that. You wouldn't put the 156 past Harrell the way
30.
he's been playing, and this is to seal the match.
56.
Yeah, especially the way he's been finding the treble 20. It's time. And Moreno made a bit of a mess of his approach play,
82.
and now this
Moreno
49 is
49.
under a bit of pressure.
Only going to be 2 at tops. He
James
only needs the
Harrell
1, and he brings it
Moreno
back to 3-1. And so James Harrell has the darts here to seal a 4-1 success to kickstart the day.
Fifth leg James to throw first. Game on.
Number 5.
140.
Jinx is back.
He is playing very, very well right now.
82.
This is his most impressive performance by some distance.
Oh,
5-star in the 180 stakes. The average goes above 107, but James Harrell does have this ability where he can compartmentalise with things. He can park
100.
things aside. And that's exactly what he's done here. 7 maximums in this opening match.
Yeah, it's been a 5-star
60.
performance so far.
One 180.
That's the
James
8th
Harrell,
maximum.
121.
Shame this game is not going to go the distance. Record territory.
97.
Well, if Moreno wins
requires
this leg
139.
on the 139, there would be 1 maximum away from the record, but he's not going to take it out, and Harrell's going to come back for double 12 to
59. James
close out
requires
what has been
24.
a nigh on immaculate opening performance. Double 6.
Game
And the
shot
Hillbilly
and a
has
match,
laid down a
James
significant
Harrell.
marker at the beginning of day 3 here at the Super Series. An average in the end of 101.2, 5 maximums in there, 4 out of 10 on the finishing. That was proper from James Harrell, that is for sure. Moreno Michels' average of 89.5, and there wasn't really much he could have done by way of response. Harrell winning the first game 4-1. Next up, Lipscomb against Kantele.
Adam Lipscomb and Marco Kantele next up for you this morning. Lipscomb victorious in his opening 3 matches yesterday. Can he force his way into a Group B spot today? Well, he was the 4-2 winner when these two met yesterday, getting over the line with a 1-1-4 out. To see how this one unfolds, let's get back to Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Abby. And if it's anything like the first game, we're going to be in for a treat throughout the course of day 3 here at the Super Series. Well, Tuesday was a much improved day as far as Adam Lipscomb is concerned. In terms of the metrics and the numbers, there wasn't too much by way of change, but it was a change of fortunes in terms of picking up points. He won 3 out of 5 matches, and he got himself into a bit of a roll. As for Marco Kantele, it was a better day for himself. 2 improvers on day 3, looking to push themselves into the Group B equation.
Yeah, as far as Adam is concerned,
140.
his running average for the day on Monday, 81.62. Hit 3 180s, had a high finish of 96 yesterday. 5 180s, a high finish of 106, but an average very similar, 81.69.
84.
Just didn't miss as many opportunities on the outer ring. In fact, we had 8 more 180s
99.
yesterday than we did on Monday. 26 Monday, 34 yesterday. We had 5 ton plus finishes on Monday. We had 13, so it's all about the 8s. And Adam Lipscomb would love to get on to 8 points and win this match.
190.
That's our 9th max already, and we are into our 6th leg of the day. I hope Danny McNamara's got some throat tablets.
82.
The best bit, we ain't even seen John Henderson and Fallon Sherrock yet.
91.
No, they're to follow this one.
155.
So 155 for Kantele to take the opening leg against the darts. Not to be, and so it's the Nelson shot for Lipscomb.
97. Adam, you require 111.
Aye, aye, aye. Aye, aye, aye.
71.
Not to be with the final dart at tops, and so
58.
Kantele will come back for 2 of that particular target himself.
A 15 dart break of throw. Nails the tops.
First leg, Marco Kantele.
1-0. Yes, the bottom 3, as I've already said, of this group, positions 4, 5, and 6, will be joined
Marco to throw first.
by
Game on.
another ADC representative in Sam Cromwell, Darren Johnson, and Scott Baker. So it isn't going to get any easier for players 4, 5, and 6 in this group. At the moment,
41.
as it stands, it's looking like James Harrell and Fallon Sherrock into Group B, which is Sean McDonald,
100.
Ryan Finesse, and Scott Marsh. Another tough group. Try and pick 3 from that 5.
Sean McDonald, who has got a perfect record of qualifying for Saturday nights in this venue. Ryan from there, too, by and large, does qualify for Saturday night.
140.
And Scott Marsh maybe comes into it as a, even though we've seen him in Southampton, based on recent form, a little bit of an unknown quantity. We don't know too much about the recent
45.
form. We know he's competing for the ADC belt on Saturday and still playing bits in and around the WDF circuit. But I don't know about you, but I'm getting the same feeling for Scott Baker in Group C than I did about Dom Taylor last week, that I feel like he'll find a way through. It's just who's going to be that other name in the
84.
hat alongside him.
$100.
Remember, we're into week 3 here of Series 5. 12 players will qualify for Champions Week at the end of October to the beginning of November. The Champions Week final on November the 4th.
135.
all looking to join Conan Whitehead, Raymond Smith, and the
140.
Triton
Marco
reigning
Aguirre,
champion Luke
101.
Littler in one of the most exclusive clubs in darts. Kantele at 101 after 12, looking for another 15. That's downstairs. Then went bullseye for double 16.
61.
Left the
Adam
sub
Aguirre,
tops. If this
116.
116 from Lipscomb doesn't go, it's a B for the break back. But he's not going to find himself a dart at tops. Kantele's got 3 at that target.
56. Marco, you require 40.
With 2-0 lead. As you can see from that angle, that dart, the way it sits down, can obscure the
Game
target.
from the second
But he's
leg,
done well to
Marco
find it
Kantele.
last dart in hand. And Kantele opens up a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, Adam to throw first. Game on.
Averaging 91.09 at the minute is the Finnish thrower.
61.
We're talking about shirts. I don't know about you, but it does look... I know what he's tried to do with the shirt, with the geography and all the rest of it, but it does look like he's spilt a drink down that, hasn't he, Marco?
100. $95.
I was just having a quick check regarding the player Scott Marsh. He is in the WDF Worlds this year, isn't he, in December?
$100.
He's certainly keen to have a good week here, get in Champions Week, and that sort of pretty much ensures some
125.
serious play to take forward into that World Championships in December.
$41.
It could be a tournament open to anyone this year at WDF World Championship. Because we believe that
85.
players get the option to only play in one of the World Championships. So for the likes of Luke Littler, who will probably make the decision to end up playing at Alexandra Palace as opposed to the Lakeside, it'll open up opportunities for somewhere. Maybe if Luke had the option to play both, you may be in that unique situation where you put a 16-year-old favourite to win a World Championship.
135.
I think he would be favourite, wouldn't he?
Based on this being a major competition, he tries to win out of it, he'd have to.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose there's a decision to make. I mean, you can't turn
79.
down.
Marco Aguirre,
Well, you can, I suppose,
160.
but you can turn down playing in the PDC Worlds, but who knows what he will do? What can Kantele do? He's only hit tops for a 160 and 3-0. Wowzers. What a start to the day we're having.
Someone's lit a fuse on today because it's
Game on.
fair to say, apart from John Henderson, there was points yesterday where players were just going through the motions a little bit. It's a complete opposite here. Been a brilliant start, mate.
45.
Brilliant.
$90.
Yeah, I suppose Luke Littler's management team and family have got a few big decisions to make.
But as the great Billie Jean King said, pressure is a privilege. So to have those sorts of decisions that you've got to make is by virtue of you being successful.
140.
I know I'm going to get slated for saying this, but this is an amateur major title. So he's won 2 amateur majors this year. Name me many bigger
59.
competitions outside the PDC than this. Dutch Open, we can put down because of the size and the history and all the rest of it.
135.
Doesn't carry the same credibility in terms of prize money and TV exposure.
Well, name me another tournament where there's 20 grand to the winner. Well, actually, 20,
I'm
25
struggling.
actually, if you
Yeah.
count the qualifying week.
Yeah, I'm struggling. Well, over 30 with appearance fees. Yeah, I'm struggling.
25. Adam Iroquois 136.
Well, he's got 6 darts from 136 here, Lipscomb, to keep him in the match. Another one of them. Would have left himself a dart at double 8.
68. $100. Adam requires 68.
To keep himself in the match. It's going to be 2 in hand, a double 4.
$60.
Well, Kantele
Marco require
just had a
132.
beautiful 160. This is a real showbiz shot. Get the champagne off ice, Henry.
It's not Christmas morning. You're not allowed to have champagne before
104.
10.
Adam require 8.
Double 4 for Lipscomb. Having more troubles in that part of the board,
King,
but no longer.
Adam Lipscomb.
And it's a break as well, back to 3-1. So if he can win this one, put it back to 3-2. He applied some pressure on the Kantele darts in the next.
Fifth leg Adam to throw first. Game on.
Average is almost identical.
As you can see on the screen now, 89-42, 89-82. In terms of their overall numbers yesterday, there was a point in it.
100.
Kantele with a daily average of 80.55. That was the lowest of all players in the group. Lipscomb, 81.69. Now, we know the level now of Adam Lipscomb because the day before he was 81.62. But both
60.
players had a lot of darts at double yesterday. Kantele, 16 hits from 52 attempts. Adam Lipscomb, 17 hits from 59 attempts.
15.
Just looking as well on the WDF website. Luke Littler's also qualified for the Youth World Championships, hasn't he? It's down to the semi-finals. Luke Littler, Bradley van der Velden, Mats Theobald,
96.
Adam D. Does he get to play in that, or
Do you know, I was just thinking the same, because I suppose that's a massive...
didn't he win it last year?
Didn't play, no,
100.
Bradley Roos won the youth
Oh, that's
last
right.
year. Luke played in the men's competition, but didn't play in the youth.
Yes, yes, of course he did.
Yeah, Luke qualified by right, didn't he, by the ranking tables for the World Championship, and so didn't go to the Lakeside for the youth qualifier. But because the youth
100.
qualifier last year was intertwined with the World Masters, it was all the same venue, the same time.
100.
I mean, I can understand it with Robert Owen and Veenstra. They won tour cards, although they'd qualified. So the tour card, I was going to understand in a little bit why they can't play. But of course, Luke doesn't get his tour card until January.
100.
It actually doesn't come into effect until Q School's finished.
I suppose the other side of the argument is as well that female players can play in both World Championships.
54. Marco require
Correct.
145.
This for the match. Not to be, and so now it's Lipscomb's turn to try and pop a cork.
59. Adam require 132.
Trouble 19 leaves the ball.
93. Marco
Wrap it up,
require
4-1.
86.
Another one of those for the ball. That leaves Double 7.
79. Adam, you require 39.
To pull another one back. 33 left.
He's missed the 17 for double 8.
Well, he didn't have a clue where he wanted to go. Didn't have a clue where he
27.
wanted to throw. And it could well ultimately end up
require
costing
7.
him the match, although Kantele is back on 7. Oh my!
No score.
And now it's his turn to go the wrong
Adam,
side.
you require 12.
Double 3
6.
gives Kantele a reprieve
Marco, you
to win in the
require
match.
7.
And as we know, it feels like the single number is the hardest one to hit at the minute. Finds it this time for double 2.
Extra bit of care on this one. Oh, right on the wire.
No score. Adam,
Not
you
to be, and so
require
Lipscomb
6.
gets another go. Can't be passing any more opportunities by. He's now 1 from 10 on the
In
doubles.
front of the fifth leg,
Make that
Adam
2 from
Lipscomb.
11, and he's going to force Kantele here to serve it out.
Well, it was such a good game up until
6 leg
that
Marco to
point.
throw first. Game on.
Averages have crashed.
$96.
Don't forget, if you want to get in touch with us here, direct into the commentary box, you can
78.
do so at MSS Darts, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and what was Twitter, now X. Henry will have the Twitter app open on his laptop. Get involved if you've got any
42.
questions, comments, or opinions on the sport in general. Get in touch. We'll endeavour to answer or give you our
59.
take on any tungsten topics. If you're outside of the UK and not watching on Sporty Stuff TV, welcome along. Please subscribe. Just by that button. There's a thumbs up button. Give that a click for us, and don't forget to hit that
58.
notification bell, and we'll send you an alert whenever we do go live or add content. And welcome along to the
140.
thousands of users who are using your chosen betting app to join us in the action.
But of course, do remember, if you are having a flutter, it is
99.
18 plus and begambleaware.org. Well, Lipscomb was 3-0 down in this game.
98.
And he's now left himself on a finish to take us to a deciding leg. But what can Kantele leave here with throw?
60. Adam, you require 126.
To send us all the way. And this was kind of unexpected when Kantele raced into a 3-0 lead. The bullseye. Doesn't go.
84. Marco, you require 146.
Kantele, after 3 legs, is averaging in the mid-90s, looking very comfortable. Treble 18. leaves double 8.
130. Adam, you require 42.
And so double 18 to send us all the way. Now double 9 with Kantele left on a double for the match.
24.
Doesn't go. And
Marco, you
so
require
for the fin
16.
to finish it off. Double 4.
Game, shot.
And Marco
the match,
Kantele gets
Marco
over the line,
Kantele.
getting the better of Adam Lipscomb by 4 legs to 2, moving him on to 10 points in Group A. Doing so an 81 average, 4 out of 11 on the doubles, the 160 checkout being the highlight. Kantele beating Lipscomb 4-2. Next up, it's the league leader, John Henderson, against Fallon Sherrock.
Right then, two of our headline acts are next to do battle for the third time this week. Table topper John Henderson will all but guarantee his spot in finals night with a win here. Fallon Sherrock can keep her slim chances of topping the Group A table alive if she can condemn Hendo to just his second defeat of the week. Let's get back into the action then with Mason H.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, fascinating little encounter, this one. Monday didn't really live up to the hype. We expected a bit of a contest between these two.
First leg, Fallon to throw first. Game on.
Being a poor game from both. 4-0. Hendo winning that one with an 81 average, 71 for Fallon. None from 8 on the doubles.
83.
Much better game yesterday, though. Hendo
97.
got the win, so did the double. 142 with 106.9 average, 4 180s and a 174. Fallon chipped in with a 180 of her own, a ton finish, an average of nearly 93, and doesn't take long to find her feet.
Max number 10 of the
140.
day was nearly followed by max number 11 of the day.
Yeah, I was just about to say we didn't have to wait long for our first, and nearly didn't wait long for a second.
100. 85. Fallon, you require
No,
138.
Sherrock first to finish. 138 is what she's looking for.
Double 12.
126.
Just inside, but she is going to come back.
Very nearly the Deller.
97.
Well, Fallon
Fallon
Sherrock's doing to
requires
John
12.
Henderson what John Henderson did to her yesterday. And that's get out of the gate strong. But can she find double three? Yes, is the answer. 1-0 Sherrock, 15 dart holder throw.
Second leg, John to throw
Bad
first.
way to start your day.
Wasn't a bad way for James Harrell to start his day with a full 1 win and 101.29
31.
average from our records. Henry, that's his highest ever TV average. He's at 118.66. Away from the
100.
cameras.
Yeah, and with James, his TV sample isn't the world's biggest because of the fact that
140.
a lot of his tournament plays in the WF BDO system. A lot of that's come from World Masters and World Championship appearances. We're working through. Maybe he's got higher average
134.
here at the Super Series. But it was a very impressive start to the day. In fact,
140.
he's had Smith's been in touch saying, and that's more like it from James.
59.
Henderson's responded well in leg 2. That's his fourth 140 in the space of 2 legs.
$60. John, you require 50.
And this is to level up at 1 apiece. 2 darts at tops.
Game John the
And level we are,
John
1-1.
Henderson.
2 15 darts to start. It's been a solid beginning to this affair.
Third leg Fallon to throw first. Game on.
As I say, they've met previously here at the Super Series, but they would have met so often on the exhibition circuit. These two will be so comfortable and so at home
17.
with each other's games. But familiarity, and we can tell you this by the 2 games they
42.
played this week, can be both a blessing and a curse. You can either show each other too much respect, or you bring the best out of each other.
Exactly that.
57.
On throw, both have been very good. Exchanging 15 darters with the honour.
42. 140. 45.
Don't forget, John Henderson's going to be a part of the lineup for the Seniors World Match Play, which is taking place on the 2nd and 3rd of
81.
September. It's taking place at the famous Barbican Theatre in York, famous for the UK Snooker Championship. Tickets are available.
140.
Head over to the York Barbican box office.
Yeah, get involved. It's a fabulous building. A lovely old venue steeped in sporting history. Get over there and enjoy the darts.
You've been involved playing in a couple of these World Seniors events now.
51.
It's just described what the atmosphere is like
66.
inside those arenas.
Yeah, it's fabulous. I mean, the Circus Tavern will always be special, again, because of its history in the sport.
46.
I certainly enjoyed the Yeovil event, the Masters. Perfect venue for darts. It was just fiercely hot.
81. Fallon, you require
But
20.
yeah, it's great to see some old faces and people that used to come and watch the darts
No
in
score.
years gone by, because it's
John, you
that
require
old school
100.
atmosphere and environment, very friendly and very relaxed. Nowadays, of course, the players are surrounded by security and you
40.
can't get
Fallon, you
too
require
close to them.
20.
And of course, the fans play a massive
10.
massive part in
John, you
making
require
these
60.
events not just great for the players, but also great for the viewers. So we do appreciate their
Shot in the third
support.
leg, John Henderson.
Well, this one has really gone off the boil, hasn't it?
Well, it promised so much at the start, and now
Fourth
it's
leg,
just
John
kind of
to
petered
throw
off
first.
somewhat.
Game on.
First two legs both won in 15 darts. That previous one in 23. Not many times you're going to have a 23 dart breaker throw at the
85.
Super Series. And in that seniors match play, Fallon Sherrock kicks off with a maximum. John Henderson will be taking on David Cameron.
60.
Sherrock already hitting one max in this leg, is not going to continue. And in terms of winning that tournament, John Henderson is the 4-1
58.
favourite. You can actually get odds of 150 to 1 on Glenn Durant winning the competition. So if you put £1 on, you lose £1.
100.
Good luck with that one, Henry.
Do gamble responsibly. I know he's watching in Tenerife. I'm expecting a message any time now. I hope your well does it.
96.
Hey, I watched him throw the other week, or the other day.
45.
That's
Fallon,
a
you
good
require
darts in there, gotta say.
167.
How many 180s did he hit?
I can clarify.
100.
I can actually bear witness to him hitting a 9. I can actually bear witness to him hitting a 9
In practice?
in practice.
5-1, treble 1?
89. Fallon, you require 67.
Not fully there, but it's getting close. Double 16 for Sherrock for 2-2.
35.
If he genuinely hit a 9 in practice,
John,
I'll
you
be taking
require
them up on that 150 to 1.
122.
He had another attempt. We went back-to-back 180s. We have it on camera.
90. Fallon, you require 32.
Now, you
Game shot on the fourth leg,
have
Fallon
him
Sherrock.
hitting a 9 on camera.
Well, I hope they press the record button.
Fifth leg, Fallon to throw first. Game on.
Sherrock hit a 9 darter at the Challenge Tour earlier on this year.
180.
The first female player to hit a 9 darter in PDC history.
140.
It's never been done in front of the cameras before. But we know how much Sherrock likes to create history.
140. 45. 100.
Super leg from Fallon.
59. Fallon, you require 81.
Double 18.
45.
Right on the wire.
60. Fallon, you require 36.
For a 3-2 lead. And to put Henderson on the brink of what would be only a second defeat in this group.
Game shot of the fifth leg, Fallon Sherrock.
Although probably academic in the end players are who's going to end up winning the group.
Six
Would
leg
be
John
a
to
big
throw
win
first.
in
Game
terms
on.
of Sherrock's chances of qualifying for Group B.
She rocks.
60.
He definitely rocks. We're going to be enjoying another big Hendo weekendo here at the
59.
Live Lounge.
$140.
Tell you what has been really good to see from John Henderson, the way that he's embraced this competition. Look, we all know where his goals and parameters lie. He wants to be
33.
on the Pro Tour. He wants to be with the best 128 in the world, and he still feels that he's one of the best 128 in the world. But he's appreciative of the fact that because he's not on the tour this
69.
year, he's not on the circuit this year, he's got this opportunity to still play in front of the cameras, still play at the highest possible level that he can.
41.
And maybe after a couple of years, and when you drop off that tour, you're used to a lot of defeats, and sometimes the task can feel a bit arduous. Maybe you can just find that little bit of enjoyment factor with the game again.
41.
When you enjoy what you're doing, it allows you to play with freedom. When it becomes a chore, when it becomes a problem. No problem on the red bit for Fallon. That's 4 in this match.
55.
13 in 3 matches. And on Monday, we had 26 for the day.
140.
This has gotta
John
go.
require 136.
It's not going to.
96. Fallon, you require 48.
To condemn John Henderson to just a second defeat in Group A.
16. John, you require 40.
Heard the click, and I was almost certain
Game
that she
John
was
the
going to
sixth
find the
leg,
double,
John
but
Henderson.
Endo extends the match to
Seventh and final leg,
match
Fallon to
darts.
throw first. Game on.
32 for Fallon.
But it is Sherrock who has the darts in this deciding leg.
60.
A leg that, should Henderson win, would move himself 8 points clear with 8 points left to play for. And he plays James Harrell in a couple of matches' time.
100. 100. 140.
That's his 8th score of 140 or more in this game, John Henderson. And it's put the Sherrock darts under heaps of pressure.
100. 132.
And he's eking ever so closer towards the finishing line now. First to a finish against the darts. Sherrock desperately in search of a treble.
58.
Doesn't find one. And so John Henderson has 6 for the match from 129.
Cusp of making it 3 from 3 against Fallon. Number 19.
73. $100. John, you require 56.
This to put him on the brink. Tops for Henderson.
Game.
Who's
shot,
a step
and the
away
match,
now from
John
Saturday night's
Henderson.
final. A 4-3 victory against the Queen of the Palace. Valid shirt for John Henderson means that he may well be qualifying in around about half an hour's time. A 4-3 success, an 83 average, 4th and 7 on the doubles for Sherrock. 15 missed darts at the outer ring, came back to Costa in the end. Henderson a 4-3 victor. He's now 8 points clear. Michels and Lipscomb comes next.
Moreno, Michels and Adam Lipscomb return to action next. Both players defeated in their opening games this morning, but you can see when we look at the table, a win for Michels here, and he is still well in with a chance of finishing in a Group B spot. Can he draw himself level with Sherrock and Kantele, or will Lipscomb join him on 6? Let's find out with Mace and H.
Thank you very much, Abby. Seconds out, round 2 here on Wednesday at the Super Series. And we kick off with Moreno Michels against Adam Lipscomb. Two players who
First leg, Moreno
are looking to come back from opening round defeats. Michels losing out 4-1 to James Harrell. There wasn't really much he could have done about that. Harrell was just in beast mode in that particular encounter. Whereas for
80.
Adam Lipscomb, he found himself 3-0 down against Marco Kantele, winning off a couple of legs in succession before then going down by 4 legs to 2. But do you know what? If he plays well, he's in for a squeak in this one, isn't he, Mace?
140.
Stay off that laughing gas, son. Monday, Moreno won this one 4-2.
80.
Adam got a bit of revenge yesterday. One of his 3 wins. It was a tight one.
60.
4-3. So 1 apiece in this third rubber between the two.
35.
As far as the bookmakers lay, Michels, the 1-2 favourite. Lipscomb 6-4.
60. 60.
And Michels only had a couple of attempts at double in that game against Harrell. He took one of them. And he's going to have time to complete the job in the first leg here against Lipscomb.
47. 133. Moreno require 114.
Great counting from Adam. Treble 18. Leaves tops.
74. Adam require 170.
So the big fish for Lipscomb. Another one of them. Would have left himself a dart at the bullseye. He had to just double check to see whether that was in or just below. And then
84.
the confirmation in his
Moreno
mind that it wasn't
require
in.
40.
So tops for Michels.
Game shot in the
1-0
first leg,
to the
Moreno
Dutchman.
Michels. Second leg Adam to throw first. Game on.
In terms of meetings between the pair this week, Michels won 4-2 on Monday. It was a
85.
high quality affair, has to be said. And then as far as yesterday was concerned, it was Adam Lipscomb who went out victor in the last leg decider by 4 legs to 3, a game
134.
plagued by missed doubles. In fact, 24 missed doubles between the pair
70.
in that game.
4 players in action of the 12 this week will be playing in that
78.
WDF Worlds in December. James Harrell, of course,
45.
from this group A. Paul McDonald and Scott Marsh
99.
in Group B, and Darren Johnson in Group C.
Darren Johnson, who's kind of going around the World Championship tours, isn't he, this year? Played at the Seniors World Championship at the Circus Tavern, took on Phil Taylor in a Dennis
44.
Priestley shirt.
Yeah, lovely tribute, that. Seemed to get lost on a few people, thinking that he was trying
96.
to replicate the great man. It was literally purely very similar to Kevin Painter, of course, who wore the Eric Bristow legend shirt.
92. Moreno require 94.
Wasn't Priestley in the commentary box for that game as well? If I remember rightly.
He was.
78.
Knows Dennis very well, does Darren.
They are not too far away from Paul Hinks either,
Correct,
are they?
yeah, well, Paul and
125.
Dennis, very good friends, go
Moreno
back
require 16.
many, many years.
Game shot on the second leg. Moreno Michels.
Dennis, of course, originally from Mexborough, hence the Mexborough Menace and
Third leg Moreno to
the
throw
connection
first.
with Dennis the
Game on.
Menace and the shirts. Should I say the design of the shirts?
99.
2-0 up and good for it at the moment, isn't he? Averaging 87. Averaged 89 in defeat.
140.
As you mentioned, more of a scoring average. Only got a couple of darts at a double in that 4-1 defeat to a very impressive James Harrell.
94.
Well, when you're involved in games like that, you just got to try and shake it off as quickly as you possibly can. And that's exactly what Michels has done in this one.
25.
As for Lipscomb, is it just beginning to become a little bit arduous again after what was a very good start to yesterday?
52.
Next up, John Henderson against James Harrell, a win for the Highlander. Will secure his passage, rubber stamp his passage to
99.
Saturday night He goes off the 4-9 favourite. Harrell the 13-8 outsider.
85. 47.
So the final setup turns for both of our players.
93.
Michels leaving himself 78 to open up a 3-0 cushion in this match.
76. Moreno requires 78.
And it's going to be a dart. A double top
Game shot on the
for
third leg.
3-0 lead.
Michels.
And it's looking rather routine for Moreno Michels in this one.
Fourth leg
But he was
Adam
3-0
to
down
throw first.
against
Game on.
Kantele before reading off a couple in succession, Adam Lipscomb. But he was
45.
playing much better in that match than he has been here.
Yeah, and it was a real dip, wasn't it, from Kantele, how he initially started the match.
140.
It was a real decline in the level of play. Moreno is, in terms of numbers,
85.
matching that performance he had in his opening game.
And it looks as if he's going to get a much better result.
180.
He's closing in now.
3 in that opening match.
85.
The 4-1 defeat. 1 max in this one so far. Maybe the last opportunity he gets to throw 3 at the treble 20.
97.
Because Michels has left himself on 84 to complete a 4-0 whitewash job.
Possible.
60.
11
Moreno
darter
require 84.
to do it. Well, he won't be going 14 ball. Sensibly went for 48 for double 8.
52.
Leaves 32 on his return. Good performance this, Henry.
Been very solid. The average ticks above 91. He's 3 out of 5 when it comes
59.
to the finishing.
Moreno require
This
32.
for a comprehensive victory.
Game
And
shot.
then some
the match,
real
Moreno
positive
Michels.
signs for Moreno Michels on Wednesday here at the Super Series. Back-to-back averages of 89, this time in a 4-0 victory. 4 out of 7 when it comes to the doubling as well. As for Adam Lipscomb, well, it never quite got going for him in this one. Coming up after the break, John Henderson can rubber stamp his place into Saturday night's final if he can get the better of James Harrell.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon. Right then, John Henderson has the opportunity here to book his spot in finals night with a victory over James Harrell. Even with a defeat to Hillbilly, it would take something pretty spectacular to stop the Highlander, given his points advantage and legs difference. Can Hendo make it to the weekendo? Let's find out with H and Mace.
Thanks, Abby. Well, you would think he may have to find another level to the one he played at against Fallon. Only averaged 83.37 there. And we can't ignore that wonderful performance in the opening match of the day from James Harrell. 101.29 with 5 180s. And in that, missed 6 at a double. That could have well been in excess of 105.
First leg, John to throw first.
He not missed so many at a
Game on.
double.
In terms of what the bookmakers lay ahead of this one, Henderson goes off the 4-9 favourite. Harrell, a 13-8
121.
outside prospect. And no market reaction to that opening performance.
79.
John got the better of James on Monday. 4-2 with very similar averages of
96.
just over 80.
Oh, 129.
John made it 2 from 2 against James yesterday, winning 4-2 with a far more impressive 92.81.
44.
But this is different as well. Henderson knows the victory here sends him through, so the hammer is going to be down for Hendo.
60.
And there's one thing that he's been very good at doing over the course of his career, that's closing out things, whether that's titles, whether that's matches. You don't sense he's going to wobble from this point
60.
onwards.
$59.
6 points behind on throw. Another 140, of course, to leave tops, but that was a stray
30.
one, followed by another one. So advantage Harrell.
Victory for Harrell would close the gap to within 6 points.
60.
Look, still a lot of
John,
things would
you're
have to go in certain
150.
directions. Another one of them. We've seen Henderson hit some tide turning finishes this week. The 146 is the one that
126.
jumps off the page.
James require 100.
That was against James Harrell yesterday.
The match was nicely poised until he produced 2 treble 20s and a double 13.
42. John, you require 20.
And so double 12 for 1-0 lead.
Game shot on the first
And
leg.
Henderson
John Henderson.
Has his nose in front. Is now 3 legs away from qualification through to
Second leg, James to
Saturday night's
throw
final.
first.
Although it's been a leg and a
99.
bit and we haven't seen a 180 from James Harrell yet.
I've said before, when you do pop in a
100.
significant average, the pressure is on to replicate it. The pressure all comes from yourself, of course.
140. 97. 56.
'Henderson wasn't going to be quiet for long, was he?
121.
The slip of the last start means that Harrell has got 6 on 206 to level proceedings up.
$85. 134. James require 121.
Well, you sense this 121 has to go. When he went the 25 route, which is a brave play with Henderson back on 49.
69. Johnny require 49.
For the breaker throw and a 2-0 lead, and to put him halfway towards qualification, it's going to be 2 at tops.
Game
He only
double
needs a
single
1.
John
Smack
Henderson.
bang, centre of the target. Henderson leads 2-0.
Clinical leg.
Third leg John to
14
throw first.
dart breaker
Game
throw.
on.
Well, he did the damage in the latter end of the leg because the first couple of visits wasn't quite as desired, but then the 1-2-1, the 1-3-4
66.
set him up in motion.
64. 96.
Henderson has an immaculate record in terms of qualifying for Saturday nights in qualification weeks. The only time he's never failed to qualify
100.
for Saturday was when he played at Champions Week in Series 2. And we can kind of forgive him for that because he was on the end of a 3.5 week-long stint of darts.
190.
But he's putting in one big stint here to ensure that he can have a couple of days off.
100.
2 visits to get rid of 159. It's all about the approach play. It's a ideal opening dart. Well, 127 to leave 32.
127.
32 after 12, and Henderson is going through the gears here. This is what big-time players do.
140. John require 32.
When they see finishing lines, they run towards them, not away. They conjure
Angel
something
the
up,
leg, John
and that's exactly what he's
Henderson.
doing here. He leads 3-0.
Fourth leg James to throw first. Game on.
48 darts to reach 3-0 for Hendo. 93.94 the average. 85.47
55.
for James.
And so this is how things would look in terms of the table. I mean,
85.
as things stand, if Henderson wins by 4 legs to 0, he would have a 27-leg gap in the legs difference. That's remarkable.
41.
Yeah, it's as dominant as it gets.
$81. 95. $85.
Yeah, because if Henderson wins 4-0, he'd be on plus 26 in terms of the legs difference, and Harrell would be on -1. So that's where the 27-leg gap would come from.
140.
Simple maths.
Quick math.
But it would go down to 23 if Harrell won this leg.
42. James require 100.
The fish, a 3-1.
Yeah, and he's got 2 visits to get it done. It wouldn't surprise me if he had a pop at it, if it's available, just for the highlight reel.
145.
Gave it a bit of a scare. Henderson can only apply pressure. But pressure he is going to apply. In abundances.
James require 25. Game shot.
But that's one back.
James Harrell.
And Henderson has the darts now to complete the job.
5th leg John to throw first. Game on.
He's eking closer. And closer.
140.
Only his second 140 of the match, but he's been clinical on the finishing. 3 from 5.
83.
And so if Henderson wins this leg, there'd be a 25-leg swing between first and second place.
100.
Glad you confirmed it.
But it just shows the absolute dominance between him and the rest of the field.
60.
Yeah, but that's a 25-leg swing against the player in second position.
I mean, he could potentially finish on 28 points, which has only been achieved once or twice by the
81.
likes of Jim McEwen and Josh Payne before in this Super Series format. He could potentially, on points, finish as far in front as the
100.
player's points tally in second place. And he is left tops after 12 to get it done.
The average just shy of 96.
140.
Rock solid, Henry.
Require 40.
The Highlander has been the highlight player in Group A. And we are going to have another big Hendo Weekendo in Portsmouth on a weekend where there's going to be a festival of music. The Festival of Darts is going to see John Henderson as one of the main acts. A 4-1 victory against James Hull with a 94-95 average. 4 out of 7 on the doubles. It is as steady as it gets for John Henderson. Coming up after the break, Marco Kantele against Fallon Sherrock.
Right then, Fallon Sherrock and Marco Kantele up next. Both players tied on 10 points, but having occupied a Group B spot for much of the week, the Queen of the Palace has now slipped to 4th in the table. Can she put herself back in pole position for a top 3 finish here, or will it be the Finn who does just that? Let's get back to our commentary team to see which way the points go.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, you've got Moreno, Fallon, and Marco all on 10
First leg,
points.
Marco to throw first.
Separated by just
Game
one
on.
leg. Moreno, 10 points minus 3. Fallon, 10 points minus 3. Kantele, 10 points minus 4.
And we perhaps inadvertently,
58.
to a certain extent, written Marco Kantele out of that Group B equation. We were looking at her, we were looking at Sherrock and thought they'd probably do enough on Wednesday to take those 2 spots home.
45.
I just think I just don't see. I mean, listen, it could happen, but we're just not seeing a consistent high enough level. We're seeing
140.
flashes from Marco. You need to string games together, a la John Henderson yesterday.
180.
That's Fallon's 5th max of the day already.
46.
Scoring side of her game is absolutely fine, but it's the
59.
finishing that caused her all the problems against John Henderson. 15 missed starts at double, only 3 from 18 when it came to the doubling.
The last time Henderson lost a game was match number 11 on
45.
Monday against Moreno. So he's now on 8-0.
81.
8 is great for the Highlander. Could finish on 28 points, incredibly, in the group.
$85. Fallon, you require 136. $45. Marco, you require 127.
Well, it's the 1-2-7 game for Kantele. Well, that one has just distinguished the flame.
17.
Well, that was a bit of a
Fallon, you
mess.
require
Let's
91.
put that right. Sherrock 91 for a breaker throw in the opener when the bullseye route. Good recovery of the second dart to leave double 16.
59. Marco, you require
So following that
110.
slip on the previous visit for Kantele, it's 110 to take the opening leg. Or 17 would have a dart at tops. And so
47.
Sherrock comes back for double
On your wire,
16 to take the
32.
opening leg with a breaker throw.
Game shown on the first leg, Fallon Sherrock.
Gets it done. A 21 dart break of throw.
It wasn't the prettiest of legs, but it's one
Second
of
leg,
the
Fallon to throw first.
leisure of
Game
the
on.
Queen of the Palace, who, in terms of this game, actually went off the outsider with the
59.
2 at 11 to 10. They had Marco Kantele as the 4 to 6 favourite. Remember, 18 plus, and begambleaware.org if you're having a flutter on the Super Series today.
42.
Of course, if you are tuning in on your favourite bookmaker site, a warm welcome to you. And there are plenty of people that do tune in from those platforms.
Yeah,
100.
Queen of the Palace will be off to the Palace shortly, I'm sure, to be presented with that MBE.
60.
Fantastic feat, fantastic recognition. What she's done for the sport and the game in general.
Yeah, exactly that. Not just for
81.
the ladies' side of the game. The game in total.
And this is the thing, when these sorts of awards are given out, it's not usually based on what you actually achieve in terms
100.
of actual achievements. Look, if in certain cases, yes, it is, but sometimes it's the effects that you leave on your sport, which is why you get those sorts of honours. It's the legacy side of it.
100.
Absolutely. And her career is, you know, far from even a quarter of the way through. She put new eyes on our sport.
87. Fallon, you require 161.
Brought new broadcasters.
Well, I've mentioned the name Billie Jean King already once today,
97.
but when someone of that nature takes charge in your sport, you become a serious proposition. Madison Square Gardens packed out to the rafters.
140. Fallon, you require 64.
Only got to talk to her male counterparts of how much they appreciate what she has done.
32.
And they will all tell you the
Marco,
same.
you require 72.
Another one of them. Leaves a dart atop so Kantele to level up at one apiece and to get the break back.
Marco Kantele.
And it's been one of those games, hasn't it, where both players are just seemingly going through the motions
Third leg,
somewhat.
Marco to throw first. Game on.
They've seen Henderson go on and win the group, but there's still plenty to play for in terms of third position. And that can dictate your week, dictate your destiny at the end of the week quite considerably.
140.
You'd much rather be in a 3 from 5 qualification group than a 2 from 6 qualification group.
Yeah, the likelihood of qualifying is twice as much.
140.
That's some more quick maths.
Quick maths, 60% chance of qualifying from 3 going through a group of 5.
$60.
I don't think any particular group is easier than the other, to be honest. I think they're equally as tough.
That's the way we want it to be. As Sherrock finds her second max of the match.
Trust me, John Henderson will be relieved to have booked his slot in Saturday night's final. Don't forget, if you want to come and join us and
96.
enjoy John Henderson and the other 5 players to qualify,
170.
scan that code. It will take you straight to the booking page. If you don't have that facility, head over to www.dartshop.tv.
Now Sherrock with 170, but in the setup play.
60. Fallon, you require
And just as we were
11.
saying, the game was just simmering down somewhat. Sherrock has just began to find a
score.
level, but then misses the big number
Marco, you
after
require
what was previously
145.
one of 7 perfect darts.
Yeah, 140, 180, 170. That was identical to my first leg in the final of the Scottish Open against Colin Monk.
Game shot on the third leg, Marco Kantele.
Oh, where on earth does he produce that one from?
Well, that
Fourth leg, Fallon to
was
throw
godlike
first.
from the Finn.
Game on. $100.
But it's those sorts of moments that really can change a game. He's 2 from 2 when it comes to the doubling in this encounter.
57.
And despite the scoring brilliance from Fallon Sherrock, who was on for a potential 11-dart leg in that one, missed the big number, and then Kantele has just gone and thrown
93.
a huge one in there.
Yeah, had she not hit the bull, of course, she'd have been back with 3 darts in hand for double 18 and a potential 10.
97. $98.
I'd say she looks set to make it 2-2, but we thought that she was going to go 2-1 up in the previous leg.
$61.
And we can't take anything for
100.
granted right now.
Not at all.
And Fallon's averaging 10 more than Kantele, but finds herself 2-1 down.
$83. Fallon, you require 110.
6 darts to level up. Going to need the 6.
78.
And he's going to come back for 32 to level up at 2-2.
$95. Fallon, you require 32.
Level game.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Last start,
Fallon
5 for
Sherrock.
Fallon Sherrock. 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, Merkel to throw first. Game on.
Fallon
100.
Sherrock, who is currently 3rd in the PDC Women's Series Order of Merit. £8,300 to her current ranking.
140.
Just the best part of £14,000 in front at the top of that from Akira Suzuki in 2nd place. The importance of being in the top 3 is that because Bo Greaves won the Women's World Match Play,
60.
it means that the other spots in terms of qualification of the Grand Slam and the World Championships will be bumped down a spot. So currently Mikuru Suzuki is in 2nd spot, and she's got a little bit of a
134.
cushion in that particular position. So she's in a very good position to qualify for the Grand Slam in that 2nd spot. And then Fallon herself with a bit of a buffer over Rhiannon O'Sullivan, who currently occupies
100.
4th position in that current order of merit. And that would be enough for a place at the World Championship. Also in the top 10 of that particular order of merit is
100.
our very own Corinne Hammond.
Where's Laura in that list?
She's 12th in that particular order of merit.
Yeah, Laura will be stepping into the hot seat here on
95. Fallon, you require
Saturday night. Looking forward to
127.
seeing Laura as always.
Yeah, it'll be the 3 of us on
87.
Saturday, isn't it?
Marco, you require
Well.
146.
I was looking for 2 of them for a dart at double 16. Sherrock comes back for tops after 12 for the break of throw and a 3-2 advantage.
27. Fallon, you require 40.
Double 10. And now up for 5s.
35.
Dip just below, and so Kantele,
Marco, you require 119.
who's already taken out a 145 and is word perfect on the doubling, has 119 to edge back in front. And he's going to get a go.
Game
And
on the
he's
fifth leg,
once again
Merkel
taken out a
Kantele.
ton topper in a leg that it looked as if he was out of. More escapology from Kantele
throw first.
to lead
Game on.
3-2.
Scapology on Houdini levels at the moment from Marco Kantele.
57.
Forget the escape from Alcatraz, it's the escape from the live lounge.
43.
Interesting just to see some of the names that are a bit further down on the order of merit that perhaps you wouldn't expect.
43.
Lorraine Winstanley out the top 16. Katie Sheldon out the top 16. Trina Gulliver 19 in that particular order of merit.
Shows you how tough it is. I was impressed by Robin
58.
Byrne at the match play. I thought I was actually sat in the VIP area with Daryl Fitton and watched the
125.
semi-finals and finals.
Yeah, because they're both part of the same manufacturing stable, aren't they?
Mission, isn't it?
Yeah.
140.
She doesn't really travel, does she, Robin? So it was, yeah, very insightful. Could be one to watch going forward.
134.
Still very young, isn't she?
Yeah, still only 26.
140. Fallon require 142.
Well, if Kantele finds the trouble here, you kind of expect him to hit a double for the match because that's kind of been the ratio that he's gone at today.
58.
Well, he's 3 from
Marco
3.
require 120.
119 and 145.
Match start incoming. At tops, this would be for third ton plus checkout and 4 out of
80.
4 on the doubles.
Fallon, you require
Literally
84.
grazed the tops wire.
It's 14 and bull.
49.
Doesn't go, and so Kantele comes back for the
Marco,
match.
you require 40.
It's a B for back-to-back victories after beating Adam Lipscomb 4-2 in his opener. Double 10.
$20.
But Sherrock gets a reprieve.
Fallon, you require 35.
Missed a dart at a double until it became match dart. Can Fallon save it? There's your
Change on the
answer.
six leg, Fallon.
3-3, which really is about right for me.
Yeah, neither
Seventh and
players
final leg, Marco
really
to
dominate. Neither
Profits.
players found that real special spell.
Game
But
on.
what Kantele has been able to do is find a couple of clutch moments. The 145 and the 119s. But has had 4 match darts which have come and gone.
58.
And having kicked off dry at the beginning of the final leg, how academic may that prove to be? How important could that prove to be?
58.
But Sherrock cannot punish.
$95. $60.
Victory for Sherrock would put her on to 12 points. The victor will move on to 12 points and put themselves in the ascendancy in terms of claiming a place in Group B. James Harrell puts himself in a
21.
good position. And he takes on Kantele in his next game. That's in a few matches' time. Sherrock takes on Lipscomb. And then after this, Moreno Michels up against John Henderson.
59. $60. $43.
And now it fully is in the hands of the Finn.
He's just stalled this one with the added pressure of it being a deciding leg.
43.
Only 43, so he's left the door open for Fallon. She has hit a couple of maxes in the leg, in the match. He'd love one in the leg. And gets one.
190.
Perfect timing. And now suddenly Kantele, who looked for large swathes of this deciding leg, the favourite, has now got to stand in the background and hope that Sherrock cannot take out the 101. And look how precarious that second dart was.
57.
Had to run down for cover.
101.
To leave himself on 167. Sherrock, 101 for the match. Can she win it with a ton topper? She's going to get a dart at double 16 to do
69.
exactly that.
Mark will require
Well,
167.
he has produced some monstrous finishing, but this would be huge. Not going to happen.
Just the other side of the wire, and so Sherrock's going to come back for 3 more at 32
45.
to complete the job.
Game.
And
shot,
Fallon Sherrock
and a match.
moves herself
Fallon
on to 12 points and moves herself into a position of authority in terms of the race of Group B darts. She gets the better of Marco Kantele by 4 legs to 3. 3 maximums in there, including a world time one in the deciding leg when it looked like Kantele was just beginning to pull away. But Fallon Sherrock pulls off a 4-3 victory against the Finn coming up after the break. The winner of Group A, John Henderson, against Moreno Michels.
Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where John Henderson has today become our first player through to Saturday night's finals night. We can take a look at the results that have already been confirmed this morning. As you can see, James Harrell getting off to a phenomenal start with a 4-1 victory, an average in excess of 101 in that match. As for Fallon Sherrock, she missed 15 darts at the outer ring against John Henderson in her opening match of the day. And as for Adam Lipscomb, as you can see, just the 2 legs picked up from his opening 2 matches so far today. We're going to start with James Harrell, because we were saying at the top of the show, he really needs to up his level. He's picking up the wins, but he's not really putting in the performances. He certainly did that in his opener.
Yeah, and we both said he's got another level to his game. He's currently sat 3rd in terms of performance on the Challenge Tour, so we know he's got gears. And yeah, he more than proved us right in that opening match. It was a fabulous performance. Actually, could have been a higher average. Missed 6 at a double, but still ended up with an average of over 101 and 5 180s. So he showed us every aspect of his game in that one match.
And you've also mentioned that you expected to see a higher level from Marco Kantele. He did treat us to the highest checkout of the week so far, taking out a 160 in his opening match. Really raced into a 3-0 lead in that one, didn't he?
Yeah, it's been a strange old day so far for Marco. A lovely 160 here, and then in that match we've just seen against Fallon, he produced a 145 from absolutely nowhere, then a 119. Looked nailed on to win the match. 3 clear dart at a double. Well, that was the first dart he missed at a double in the entire match when it was for the match. It just shows you how pressure plays its part.
And as for Fallon Sherrock, the last time we saw her here a few weeks ago, she said it was the double-in that was proven to be the trouble for her. Today already, she's missed 28 darts at the outer ring in her opening 2 matches. How much of a concern do you think that'll be for her?
Yeah, I think when you lose your confidence on any aspect of the board, whether it be on ball finishes or, like you say, on doubles, or sometimes it can be just switching to the 19s, you can find yourself straying. It's just something she's going to have to work on and put right. She's sort of sitting pretty at the moment. She's got every chance of getting in Group B, and that's where I expect her to finish up, in Group B. And then, you know, we may see a different Fallon Sherrock if she gets in Group B. I think she prefers to play at night.
And John Henderson got the job done nice and early today, didn't he? Victories over Fallon Sherrock to get things started. And then James Harrell got the better of him in order to confirm his spot at finals night. He's just looked so comfortable, hasn't he, throughout this 57% checkout success in both of those matches as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's not lost a match now since Monday afternoon. He's 8 from 8 since then. And like you say, every time he's sort of asked a bit of a question, at the moment he has the answer. He's another one that we've seen glimpses of the levels in his play yesterday with that lovely 100 average and then backed up with 106 plus. So yeah, he looks almost like he's coasting a bit, and he can coast now because he's safely through to Saturday night. Yeah,
he's back in action next. Do you expect to see a bit of a dip because he doesn't need to produce now, or do you think he'll maintain that level and try and make it back-to-back days where he goes 5 from 5?
Yeah, I think he's got that competitive edge to him, and he's typical Scotsman. They want to win everything, don't they? So yeah, I expect him to keep his foot down.
Absolutely. Let's have a look then at the league table just to get confirmation that it is John Henderson, the first player through to Saturday's finals night. James Harrell and Fallon Sherrock currently occupy 2nd and 3rd spots with 12 points. Do you think it will be, from what you've seen today, those 2 players who make it into Group B?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I expect. If that's what will happen, we don't know. But that's what I'd expect when I look at both their run-ins. I think they look the most likely. But I've been very impressed with Moreno. Really, really, I've been impressed with him. Scores heavy, pretty consistent across the last few days. Bang on around about 85 at the moment. So he may be the one that could pull off a bit of an upset.
Yeah, and he's up next against John Henderson, the only player to actually get the better of Hendo so far this week. Do you think he could get the better of him again here?
No.
There we have it. Let's find out then, shall we? Henry, back to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Abby. And if John Henderson wins this game against Moreno Michels, the gap that he would have at the top of the group would be as many points as the player in 2nd place would have. He'd move on to 24 points, 12 points clear of James Harrell in 2nd place. Him and Fallon Sherrock both have 12 points to their name. If that doesn't tell you the kind of domination that he has had in this group, then maybe nothing will. He has been head and shoulders above the opposition
First
this
leg,
week.
Moreno to throw first. Game on.
We make arguments about who the best player in the world, about tour cards are, and he's heavily in the equation. His record here, his record elsewhere proves that. And he has
57.
just been too good for everybody else. And I wonder, because Henderson has been here before, he's won Group A's before.
135.
To be honest, he could probably get a second job as a tour guide in Portsmouth. He's spent that many days off coasting around the city. That he knows
140.
what that layoff time is, what that gap is. And he's been in enough big TV events to the likes of the World Championships and World Match Plays where you have rest days. So he knows how to rest and
98.
recuperate, and he'll know how to use that time wisely. If a player like him getting through can benefit them more than maybe others because they know what to do with that spare time.
140.
Welcome back.
Nice trip down.
Yeah.
84. Moreno requires
Always nice up on the balcony.
164. $100.
Well, Michels, the only player to beat Henderson in this group, went out the 13-8 outsider with the 2. John Henderson 4-9.
140. Moreno requires 64.
Hendo just wanted a max.
Yeah. Route 1 darts. Can he find the 32? And
shot on the first leg. Moreno.
I keep saying it,
Michels.
in those 3 dart combinations, he's deadly, but give him
Second
3
leg,
at a
John
double,
to throw first. Game
and
on.
he's unlikely, statistically.
$93.
He's been playing some good stuff today, Moreno. He was just
100.
caught amidst the crossfire against James Harrell in his opening game. Averaged 89.5 in that one, and that was really a scoring average. But then against Adam Lipscomb, and admittedly Adam was
85.
below par in that game. It was a 4-0 victory, but with an average in excess of 89 again, 89.73, 4 out of 7 on the doubles.
Yeah, so he's replicating those levels,
80.
isn't he? Listen, anything around 90 is tough to beat. Got to be on your mettle.
If you can average over the course of a
80.
group the latter end of the 80 scale and you're 33% on a double, you're going to give yourself chances of progressing. But if it's not through Group A, at least through one of the other groups.
100.
That max leads him on a finish.
85.
Well, Abby asked me
Moreno
the
require
question.
141.
Can Moreno do what he did on Monday and defeat Hendo? I categorically
81.
said no.
Moreno require
So
158.
Chris's curse, alive and well. Expect to... Actually, as we come off air, I walked away and I said to Abby, watch Moreno win 4-0.
98. Moreno requires 60.
Well, he could be halfway towards doing the job, averaging over 104.5. And now looking at tops to double his lead.
Game shot
And
the
that's
second leg,
exactly what he
Moreno
does.
Michels.
And it seems as if Moreno Michels leaves his best stuff for John Henderson. On
Third leg,
Monday,
Moreno to
well, he
throw
put in his
first. Game on.
best performance of the day, a 99.89 in a 4-2 success against Hendo. That was actually Henderson's highest average of the day in a losing effort.
134.
He even said in the interview, didn't he, on Monday, Henderson, that he felt his best game was the one he lost against Moreno. Sometimes certain players just bring the best out of you.
100.
And if Moreno can win by a margin of 4-0 or 4-1 in this game,
58.
he'd actually temporarily move up into second position in the group.
$64. $59.
Def, taxes, and a Hendo max.
180. 85. John, you require 157.
So 6 if needed. There's the 60. There's the 57. Once tops. Oh, you
Game,
beauty.
John, the third leg, John Henderson.
That's what Hendo does when he's 2-0 down. Doesn't press the panic button. Pops in a max. Follows it with a
Well done, John,
157
to
out.
Roper.
337
Game
in 6. 6 perfect darts.
It's one of those players you're not going to see get too high or see get too low.
140.
And that's why he can conjure things out like that. His average moves to just under 110 now. And in fairness to Moreno, he hasn't done much wrong
100.
himself. He's averaging 97.9. He's 2 out of 2 on the finishing. He can't do no more.
140.
Some series of play this. 180, 157 out, 140, 140.
95.
Seeing a little bit of MODUS magic here.
$60.
Oh, John Henderson was moving all the way over to Bournemouth and Poole, wasn't he, with that last start?
Well, not too far as the
59.
crow flies.
John, you require 161.
Just up the coast, about a 40-minute drive from here. And he had the 161 to the 157. Has a little glance over. Look at the devil in his mind that wants to go for the ball, and he went for the ball.
128. $140. John, you require 33.
Maybe the potential for options here for Henderson. He goes 9 for double 12.
9.
Both grazing the wire. Two well-thrown
107.
darts.
Yeah, this would smart. 88 left, 48 for tops. Gets the 48.
67. John, you require 24.
2-2. Double 6.
12.
And Michels to put
Moreno
himself
require
3-1 to the
40.
good, get the break, and to put himself a leg away from doing the double over John Henderson.
35.
But that last dart was erratic and
John, you
wild.
require 12.
And it presents the chance for Henderson again to level up at 2 apiece.
Game, John,
And he
the fourth
finds
leg,
double
John
6 to do
Henderson.
exactly that. 2-2.
Good old Desmond.
Fifth leg, Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Yesterday was a day of Desmond. It was a day of last leg deciders.
81. $59.
7 out of 15 games yesterday went all the way to a 7th and deciding leg.
81.
That was a lot of legs for Justin Bradshaw to referee.
Oh, thanks for us to commentate on, pal.
45.
We've been on the lockets ever since.
Just saying my voice is squeaky at the best of times.
60.
Don't worry, your voice will break one day.
$140.
Grafting hard here, Hendo.
$60.
Is it fair to say Moreno would be a danger no matter what group he's placed in tomorrow? On the basis of what we've seen over 3 days.
60.
Yeah, he's a mid-80s player. We've seen players make Saturday nights with them kind of numbers.
140.
Could he go on to win it with the mid-80s? Be unlikely, but we have seen it.
I raise you Patrick van den Boogaard. Who,
131.
on week
Renault
11,
Car
put in that
79.
101 against Plaisir, but did enough just to get himself through the week. Tops
James
for 3-2.
Moreno Michels.
Michels is a leg away from beating Henderson for a second time.
Yeah, again, the
6 leg John
combination
to
shots.
throw first. Game on.
He nails them.
96. 100. 101. 81.
The two players that expect Moreno to not be particularly comfortable playing, Fallon and John. Looks the most relaxed when he's playing them.
22.
Maybe because he feels the expectations are on their shoulders to win the matches, and that allows him to play with a bit of freedom.
100. 41.
So Michels 220 points away from finishing the job off and to inflict a second defeat in this group on John Henderson. It'd only be
85.
Henderson's second defeat of the group. Only one man seemingly has this man's number.
$135.
Or-
Moreno require 135.
Or is there a twist?
85 left.
83. John require 106.
Well, this would be typical of Hendo. Typically Henderson.
86.
And the tops just dips underneath.
Moreno
And
require
so Michels is
52.
back for the match, 152. It's going to be tops. And it's
Game,
going to be a
shot,
second
and the
win
match,
for Moreno Michels
Michels.
against John Henderson. He's the only player seemingly who can get the better of the Highlander this week. That's 2 wins and 3 against the Scot, doing so over 90.5 average and 4 out of 8 on the doubling. And it puts him into third position in the group, one of a hat-trick of players on 12 points. One of them is going to be in action after the break. Fallon Sherrock up against Adam Lipscomb coming up in a couple of moments' time.
Fallon Sherrock came through a decider last time out in order to put herself back in pole position to finish inside the top 3. She slipped back into 4th, though, after Michels' win over Hendo, and she won't be pleased with the way she's finished so far today. Can she deliver a more clinical display here and condemn Lipscomb to his 3rd defeat of the day? Henry and Chris are going to guide you through all the action.
Thank you, Abby. Well, I won't be giving any tips, not after the last one, that's for sure. Well, on Monday, Fallon just edged out Adam 4-3 with a
game on
90.86 average, 3 180s. Yesterday,
95.
4-3 again in favour of Fallon with a 85.5. Very similar average
40
from Adam. But a lot of missed darts. 19 of them between them in that
28.
match. Highlight was the 106 checkout from Adam. But today, he's having a bit of a disaster so far.
81.
He lost his opening match 4-2 to Kantele. And then lost 4-0 to Moreno.
140.
Didn't get a double in that one. Looking to bounce back.
All about bounce back ability here. The bookies don't favour him to do that,
100.
mind. He's the 6-5 outsider. Fallon Sherrock 8-13.
This is the
60.
13th match of 15 the players will play. So at the completion of this one, they all have 2 to go. So a maximum of 4 points available.
26. 58. Fallon your wire 154.
Sherrock first to a finish on the 154. Can find the treble 18, which would have given her a dart at tops. And so Lipscomb is back to climb the ladder.
138.
Super last start to leave double 8. There's the treble. There's the single. How much of the double can he see? Enough.
Shot of the first leg, Adam Lipscomb.
120 out for a 15 dart hold.
Second leg, Fallon to throw first.
Sherrock staring at double 8 to get the breaker throw herself. And how are you going to respond to that? King over 2 treble visit.
Well, she left double 8 after 15 in leg 1. Did little wrong, really.
$95.
Maximum for Lipscomb. His first, the first of the match.
Likely to be the last.
140.
So, Sherrock left on 143 after 9.
59. Fallon your wire 143.
And has got the luxury of time. 143 isn't going to go.
60. 45. Fallon you require 83.
This to level proceedings up. Double 18 isn't going to go. Not that they needed to go on this occasion.
$54. Fallon you require 36.
So to level us up at 1-1.
Game shot on the second
One apiece it is.
Fallon
Sherrock on the board.
Third leg Adam to throw first. Game on.
Both tidy holds of throws from both players so far.
100. 140. 23. 43. 99. 109.
Well, she's been threatening a max for a while now, and she's finally got it, Fallon Sherrock. Average above a ton now.
Yeah, and on the
44.
Adam
Fallon
Lipscomb
require
throw.
138.
That's when you want them.
Because now she has
60.
the leg in the palm of her hand. Lipscomb can only try and apply pressure, but this leg has been a little bit of a write-off for baby boy.
45. Fallon requires 78.
So for the breaker throw and a 2-1 lead, it's going to be 2 in hand, a double 12.
Game shot the third
Bound
leg,
for the break,
Fallon
2-1
Sherrock.
Sherrock. Averaging 96, 98
Fourth leg,
after
Fallon
3
to
legs.
throw first.
It's going to
Game
have
on.
only one attempted double on the back of the 120. She's been in full control, full command of this match.
140.
And she finds a fourth 140.
$140. 47. 55.
Very, very solid performance thus far from Fallon, averaging 96.58.
100.
2-1 up, holding on to her throw here. She will jump in to
100.
second position with a win here. She can convert the lead into a win.
Push her on to 14 points in that racer Group B. And then we'll put the impetus back on James Harrell, who's in
58.
action up next against Marco Kantele.
Yeah, and Kantele also needs a win to join the group on 12.
40. Adam require
Oh, back to back.
148.
4 visits from Fallon. Can't quite put my finger on where they've come from.
92. Fallon require 133.
But it'd be so typical of Fallon to salvage it here. Not going to on this occasion. And so Lipscomb's going to get a couple of darts with 2-2,
59.
which does
Adam
feel a little
require
bit against the
56.
passage of play in this game. It's tops. He found it on the back of the 120. Now looking for double 10.
46.
Goes
Fallon
inside.
requires
Sherrock back.
74.
Winning 74 for a 3-1 lead. Going to be the solitary dart at tops. For 3-1.
54.
Right below, and the break chance comes again for
Adam
Lipscomb.
require 10. Game shot on the fourth leg. Adam
Makes no
Lipscomb.
mistake, second time. 2 apiece.
See that
Fifth leg.
Luke
Adam
Littler
to throw
was
first. Game on.
back in action in the Vault Series last night. Winning with a
23.
91.13 average. Very tidy. These are back-to-back and defending
49.
champion of champions.
The ultimate champion. And Rio de Janeiro, you have Christ the
100.
Redeemer here at the Live Lounge in Portugal. You've got Littler the Retainer.
Yeah, he will be back for his three-peat.
83.
He does go on to win it again. Will that ever happen again?
59.
Will we ever have anybody here long enough to play enough of the events to win it 3 times without going on to get a tour card?
In the nicest way, you hope that
93.
it doesn't happen again because
Yes.
those players are in those dominant positions, go on and get their tour card.
Which is ultimately what we want.
100.
Got to look at the list of players competing on the Pro Tour this weekend because they're the
100.
next in line, and so many of them are Super Series players. It's great to see.
95.
Gives players avenues.
And also give them confidence.
136. Adam require
Not that
124.
fear or that scared them when they play one of the big name players. Well, Sherrock here,
84.
coming back
Value
for
require
tops
40.
for the breaker throw and a 3-2 lead.
No score.
Wow, how has that not gone in?
Adam, you require 40. Game shot on the 5th leg. Adam
That
Lipscomb.
finds its way in, and Lipscomb 3-2 up, but when you consider the passages of play, it feels like a strange
Six legs
scoreline
on to
because Sherrock had
Throw
dominated the
first.
scoring phase of the game, but 2 from 8 on the doubles is the reason why she's 3-2 down. Because this part of the game's been no problem.
81.
Yeah, she's comfortably looked the most likely winner of the match, hasn't she? But
100.
credit to Lipscomb, he's just sticking in, and when he's been given an opportunity, he's taken them. He is 3 from 5, so 60% on the doubles.
90.
To quote the great Mark Webster, he's hanging in with the task.
80. 43.
And possibly after that score, Lipscomb has the door open for him to try and seal a 4-2 success.
55.
Which would mean that Sherrock would be condemned to 4th position in the table. Let's play Moreno Michels in the final
140.
game of not just the session, but the group.
Yeah, Fallon has Harrell and Michels to play.
138. Fallon require 147.
Maximum finish isn't converted, and it may
100.
come with
Adam require
maximum punishment if
128.
Lipscomb can find this for the match.
Cannot believe he's gone for a treble 20 on 128. That's where the first dart should have been.
103. Fallon require
We
47.
nearly found a way of getting away with it. It's going to be 2 in hand at double 16.
15.
Isn't
Fallon
converted.
require 25.
And Lipscomb comes back. Looking for double 4
Game
to get the
shot.
job done and to
Adam
win leg 4 and to get the
Lipscomb.
better of Fallon Sherrock by 4 legs to 2. It moves him on to 8 points in the group as the Fallon Sherrock. She stays on 12 and in 4th position in the group. Well, 2 from 10 on the doubles was the undoing for Sherrock. As for Lipscomb, when the opportunities came, he took them, including that 120 jack out to start. Lipscomb beating Sherrock 4-2. Next up, it's Harrell against Kantele.
Well, things are getting very interesting in the race to qualify for Group B, aren't they? James Harrell is very well placed at the moment, but if Kantele picks up the points in this one, we'll have 4 players on 12 points battling it out for 2 spots, with 2 more rounds of fixtures to be played. To see how this one unfolds, let's get back to our commentary team.
Cheers, Abby. And so the captain of England takes on the captain of Finland as the hillbilly takes on the Finn. Let the game begin. Danny
First leg,
McNamara.
James to throw first. Game on.
James got the better of Marco
140.
on Monday, winning 4-1 with an 89.59, 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Marco reduced to just 2 darts at a double in the whole match. Hit one of those, had an average of 84.23.
140.
And there's another win
190.
for James yesterday. 4-3 with an 83.22 average. Missed 14 at a double. Still on an average of 83.
140.
2 from 2 against the Finnish captain.
He's not finished. He's got 2 days to go. I'll get my coat.
Shut up, Henry.
Shut up, Deacon.
85. James require 121.
Someone's actually made that their phone ringtone.
I think I'll do the same.
So Kantele 136 for the opening leg.
136.
He was the 6-4 outsider with the odds compilers in this one. Hull 1-2 on. And what he did do in his last game against Fallon Sherrock was take out 2 ton plus finishes, but he's not going to do so to
60.
kickstart this
James
game.
require 64.
And so it presents Hull with the opportunity on 64. And on tops,
24. Marco, you
Well, that
require 76.
was away.
Tops to pinch
Game
the opening
shot first
leg,
Marco Kantele.
which he does do against the darts. 15 dart breaker throw.
But this was kind of what he was doing against
Fallon.
Fallon in that game.
Game on.
Sherrock was dominating the scoring stakes. But when it came to those moments, those types of finishes, he was up to the task. And if Kantele wins that, as Abby rightfully
78.
mentioned in the intro to this game, 4 players will all be tied on 12.
Yeah, with all to play for.
85.
Remember, positions 2 and 3 go into the Group B, which is a 5-player field with the top 3 going through. That's your secondary target if you don't win the group.
137.
Well, at the beginning of the day, to
60.
win week 3, John Henderson was 9-4 on. I'd imagine those odds are going to shorten the more he dominates Group A. But outside of that, Scott Baker and Sean McDonald were the joint second favourites at
100.
6-1. Correct odds in your view, possibly?
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that.
$64. $83.
So Kantele first to a finish here on 103. Harrell can only try and set up and apply pressure. 140 will leave him on a finish.
103.
On this leg B finish. Was the Hillbilly got something outside the top drawer to break back?
46. James require 152.
Another one of those. Oh, that's unfortunate. Took a little bit of a kick away.
100.
To give him a dart at 32. So
57.
Kantele, 17 and tops. For 2-0. Bang in the middle of the big 17.
Game shot on the second
Well,
leg.
left corner
Michael
of
Kantele.
tops, but same result. 15 dart breaker throw, 17 dart hold, 2-0.
Third leg James to throw
2-0 Kantele leads this one. Harrell to kick off leg 3.
41. $96. $44.
I have to do a behind the scenes tour, Henry, of all the various parts of the Super Series. To explain, we have
95.
1, 2, 3, 3 laptops, 2 massive, great big monitors that one allows us to see what you see at home
86.
or on your device. Then we have another one called a fruit machine, which gives us varying stats and figures, and often where the darts land,
95.
which is useful.
$60.
And of course, don't forget the crib sheets that we do.
Yeah.
We are layered with notes.
97.
Yeah, it certainly looks a little bit tidier in here on a Monday morning before we start.
By Saturday.
Tis recycled paper, I must hasten to add.
By the time we get to Saturday, it's like a treasure trove, isn't it?
Marco require 118.
Varying cough sweets and... Well, you've been down to that retro Swedish shop, haven't you?
Oh, yeah. Is it going to be a case of, oh, yeah, for Marco? Oh, yeah! 118. He's got Harrell's number. It's 3-0.
Very, very good
Fourth leg, Marco
performance
to
this. And that's
Sherrock.
the double break
Game
of throw-in. 3-0, averaging 96. 11 points higher than Harrell. Oh, we've seen some upsets today already. We're about to see another.
60.
Well, in terms of the betting markets, the last 3 matches have been upsets. The outsider winning in all 3 of them if
100.
Kantele goes on to convert this lead into a win.
Well, Harrell and Sherrock were the players in second and third, and we thought that they'd consolidate their positions there over the course of today. Well, if the result stays in this direction, they'll be the 4th
60.
and 5th place players. Michels and Kantele would nip in second and third. And I tell you what, if you've got a Group C with James Harrell, Fallon Sherrock, Scott Baker and Darren Johnson in,
100.
try and pick 2 from there.
Yeah, that's a real toughie, isn't it?
put it this way. You would have earned your stripes getting through that group.
76.
Reminder that action gets underway tomorrow afternoon from 1 o'clock here on the Super Series YouTube channel, and then live on Sporty Stuff TV from 3 o'clock. And then Group B gets underway from 10. All live with you here on Sporty Stuff TV.
87.
So Harrell's got the luxury of time here to at least get one back.
Needs to put a bit of a hole in this 161.
65.
He's left himself a 2-dart finish, but Kantele, with at least a ton, will put him on 118, and we know what he can do with that.
95. James Irwan, 96.
And there is a bit of a fear here with Harrell that after that excellent opening performance that he has just regressed back to type somewhat. And Kantele, can he make this game
56.
feel as easy as 1, 2, 3 for a 4-0 win? ABC. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3 to get the win for Marco Kantele. 4 out of 4 on the doubles, 2 ton plus checkouts. They get the better of James Harrell to 0, and it puts him into 3rd spot in the group. That the tale of the tape as Kantele picks the points up. He gets the better of the England captain by 4 legs to 0. And coming up next, John Henderson against Adam Lipscomb.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where things are getting very interesting indeed. We can have a look at the results so far today, and confirmation that in our last match, Marco Kantele got the better of James Harrell 4-0, getting over the line in that one with a superb 1-2-3 out. His finishing has been exemplary all day. He was 4 out of 4 on the outer ring in that particular fixture, and we can see what that does to the league standings. Remarkably, we now have 4 players on 12 points in a race to book a Group B spot with 2 rounds of fixtures still remaining. John Henderson, of course, has already qualified for finals night. He was defeated for just the 2nd time in Group A last time out. Can Lipscomb become just the 2nd player to down the Highlander this week and back up his win over Sherrock a couple of games ago? Let's find out with H and Mace.
Thank you, Abby. And so John Henderson continues his procession towards Saturday night. It is a book-ending battle between him and Adam Lipscomb, but the battle between the pair yesterday was quite a close one. It was a 4-2 win in the end for Henderson, with an average of 85.74 out of 9, but by that point he felt the job for the day was done. Lipscomb at 83.15. He missed 8 darts at double, but did have a ton plus checkout in there. Henderson kicks off perfectly. And the odds compilers are laying surprisingly quite low odds. 1-6 on Henderson, 4-1 Adam Lipscomb.
Yeah, I can see why, especially
59.
the day Adam's having so far today. And of course, playing the
60.
standout player so far of this Group A in every metric.
Well, it is time to
92.
delve into your tweets, and we've had a communication from Nick Whitehead. Thank you for getting in touch, Nick.
85.
To give a
On your
shout out to the Wicker B
170.
team, all watching Adam today. And in Portchester, not too far from here, about 15-minute drive.
40.
Well, mind you, in my driving it's 15 minutes anyway, but...
That means I could cycle there in 10.
91. John Uruguay 130.
But does Adam play there, or are they just... Oh, he does play there.
Give a
115.
shout out to some of those who
Uruguay
work there.
140.
Chloe and Scott. Used to be the landlords of that pub, and
100.
I realised someone that I
Uruguay
used to work
15.
with actually works there. So a guy called Joe King.
Of course you are.
Double 4.
11. Adam Uruguay.
No, I used to work
40.
with Joe back in the day. Lipscomb wants tops for the break and a 1-0 lead.
$20. John Uruguay 4. Game shot on the first leg. John
1-0 Henderson. Wasn't vintage, but he's 1 up.
Second leg Adam to throw first. Game on. $100. $40.
I think Adam will be
45.
looking forward to just that reset tomorrow. A fresh start. Everybody on 0 points. He gets the go to
140.
gets the chance to go again.
$30. 100. $55.
Well, Henderson here really, really putting on the afterburners. That's his second max. To leave himself on 41 after 12.
100. John Uruguay 41.
For the break. Just about squeezes in the one, but there was no problem with the tops.
John Henderson.
And Henderson has a 2-0 lead. Averaging 88.41 after 2 legs.
First. Game on.
And things are looking rather routine as far as the Highlander is concerned.
95. $82. $100. $42.
Very much in cruise control at the moment. John Henderson.
$137.
But he can kind of do it in his own time and at his own pace.
100.
Absolutely.
$87.
He used himself 82 after 12 to put himself 3-0 to the good. Average now ticks over 92 and a half.
John Uruguay
Very
82.
comfortable in doing so, isn't it?
Just looks like he's still got more gears to go, which is going to be a worrying proposition when it comes to
62.
Saturday night.
$58. John Uruguay 20.
Three 0 Henderson.
On the third leg, John Henderson.
18 data, double 10 notched. He's a leg away. And on a weekend and a Saturday
Fourth
night
leg,
where
Adam to throw
the
first.
Kaiser Chiefs and Kasabian are going to be the headline acts at the Victorious Festival further down the city of Portsmouth, John Henderson is hoping to be the status quo
34.
here at the Super Series. There'll be many others trying to be chasing status.
60.
Is that an all-weekend festival, or is it just a...
Yeah, so it starts Friday afternoon, then Saturday, then Sunday. Mumford and Sons are the main act on Sunday.
Heard of them?
Yeah, I'm not... But went last year. Sam Fender was the main act.
You good?
Oh, unbelievable.
140.
Yeah, had that. Sam Ryder was there. I was a bit disappointed. Sophie Ellis-Bextor, for me, was the star of the show.
140.
Does not surprise me.
Yeah, the 1975 there.
No Kylie there?
121.
Thought you'd be into a bit of Kylie.
Kylie tends to do Glastonbury, don't she? I'll tell you what was a really good year was when they had Lillian Gallagher as headline act. Oh my.
171.
Oh my. 171 to leave double one. I was going to say, I wouldn't recommend you hitting 3 trebles there, John.
Adam require 2.
Well, this has turned a bit bizarre.
Game
But
number 4
Lipscomb
by
gets the
Adam
job done.
Lipscomb.
14 darter, despite 2 dart attempts at double one.
What a way to win a leg.
Fifth leg John to throw first.
Someone
Game on.
Someone actually said to me the other day, we were discussing the 9 darter, that you can't fluke a 180. Well, there's a bit of an
14.
example, even though it was a 171. He was going nowhere near the target, but caught the flight and just got drawn in. And that happens. So
134.
many of the current pros will tell you, throw 2 treble 20s, it comes out your hand, you think that's nowhere near it, or just catch the flight and gets drawn in.
Oh no, not the 147 darter to
132.
bait, please. Stay on 19s, Adam. Just stay on 19s.
119.
Can't miss them, even when he doesn't want to hit one. How many times have you seen it on TV when a player's been on 180, they've gone treble 20, they've pitched one high, and he's just caught the flight.
Dirk Van
And
Dijvenbode
burst.
of the
100.
worlds.
Yeah, I've seen it many times.
Was Patrick Mark did it here, didn't he?
Yep.
100. Adam require 148.
One of my favourite 180s was Shane Burgess at the Grand Prix. He hit the max, celebrated
100.
it. Not even
John require
started yet.
92.
Hadn't hit a double previously.
Well, this is to finish the match. Double
Game shot
16
and the match,
for a 92
John
finish
Henderson.
for John Henderson to end of a 94 average. Well, Henderson is just continuing to go through the gears. He beat Adam Lipscomb by 4 legs to 1. Coming up after the break, it is Marco Kantele against Moreno Michels.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Right then, 2 of the 4 players currently on 12 points go head-to-head next. Marco Kantele and Moreno Michels. Kantele was 4 from 4 on the outer ring in his last match. He's taken out 5 ton-plus finishes so far today. To see which of the 2 will put themselves in a really strong position to qualify for Group B, let's get back to Henry and Chris.
Thank you very much, Abby. So, Moreno Michels against Marco
First leg,
Kantele
Marco
is
to
our 11th
Throw
game
first.
of the day.
Game on.
A little bit of a lunchtime treat for you at the Super Series. Chris Mater's looking for his lunchbox.
Yeah, I thought you'd maybe ordered me
95.
something in on one of them wonderful apps. Maybe a bit of Chinese or something.
Bit early for that, isn't it? Half 12?
60.
Never too early for a Chinese. Come on now.
Where are you with my golden rule? Chinese for takeaway and Indian to have at the restaurant.
If you have to, but my golden rule is always go out. Support your local restaurants.
36.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, if you're gonna order a takeaway, you might as well go out. I know it's convenient, but that type of food is.
140.
But the only one that really sort of does almost work as a takeaway, I suppose, is Indian. Chinese goes a little bit. Chinese food is all about freshness. Isn't it?
125.
Literally, pan to plate.
I'll have to sort out some kind of meal before you
60.
depart at the end of the week.
Well, I'm not going forever, Henry, just for another week. And then I'll be back. No leaving party quite yet.
41.
You weren't invited anyway. Well, I was going to say, Kantele's had the better of this opening leg, but then Michels has just piled in a max.
190.
Michels, interestingly, the 6-5 outsider, Kantele's 8-13 on, but when you consider the passage of play today, I would have put Michels as a slight favourite. But have a
Same.
look at Kantele go here.
140.
Yeah, I'm with you. I would have gone with
61.
Michels here.
Game shot of the first leg, Moreno Michels.
1-0 Michels. 14 dart leg to
Second leg,
take the
Moreno
opener
to
on the
throw
board
first.
against
Game
the
on.
darts. $
140. $41. $57. $21. $96.
And Michels here,
79.
averaging 103.5 and looks set to be racing into a 2-0 lead.
41.
And even with that slip on the 41 to leave 167, nothing's really going to be done about it. And Kantele's decided now to camp down on 19s.
I don't blame him. He had so much success.
167. $97.
70 points away from a 2-0 lead. And Kantele has nothing by way of response.
57. Moreno, you require 70.
It's tops.
30.
Oh, they both nudged the
Moreno, you
wire.
require
It's unlucky it didn't go
170.
in, and so Kantele the fish. And to be honest, you wouldn't put it past him, would you? Not to be, and so Michels is going to come back for 3 more
60. Moreno, you require 40.
to double his advantage. 10s. Now for double 5.
35.
Just a below, and is this
Marco,
going to
you
be
require
another
110.
escapology job for Kantele?
Well, he's made it his thing today. Treble 17. Not this time.
78. Moreno, you require 5.
2-0. He's had a plethora of opportunities. And now he is chasing the maddest of all mad houses, but he goes round the houses and finally gets over the line to make it 2-0.
Third leg, Marco.
Well, that was promising up until the final few darts of that leg for Michels. 24 dart leg for the 2-0 lead.
$83. 81. 60. 140. 83.
Can he turn 2-0 into 3-0?
140.
Half the score.
And it'd be totally ironic the way the last leg went that he'd take out a big finish like that.
$59. Moreno, you require 140.
For a 3-0 lead. Not to be, but he's going to have time. Plenty of time. Nothing but time.
100.
Yep. Ton to leave tops after 12. Average is still around the 90 mark for Moreno.
46. Moreno, you require 40.
Double 10 tops has not been kind to him
Range on
so
the third
far,
leg,
but double
Moreno
10 is a better
Michels.
friend as he gets the double break and opens up a 3-0 lead.
Fourth leg, Moreno to throw first. Game on. $100.
So I did Sutton to start for Michels. What does Kantele have by way of response? And beginning the leg on 19s.
99. 140. 38. 57.
Michels closing in on a 4-0 victory here against Marco Kantele. a 4-0 win, which really would cement his position in second spot in the table. Not just would he be 2 points clear, shall I say, of Fallon Sherrock in third position, but there'd be a massive goal from the legs difference. It'd be 6 to the next nearest rival.
Yeah, and that's a nice cushion to have, isn't it? He could find himself in a position where he doesn't actually have to worry about winning, but just worry about picking up a leg or two, maybe.
120.
Good recovery from the bats at first start there for Marco. But this for the match.
Big surprise today after...
Game.
Well, he finds the tops. The combination finishing again from Moreno. Absolutely top quality. 4 out of 11 on the doubles. A high finish of 104. As you can see, look at the 140 column. Totally dominated by Moreno. And he jumps in to second position on his own on 14 points and +3 up next. And it's a big game for both. Fallon Sherrock takes on James Harrell.
So then, in the race to finish in a Group B spot, Moreno Michels has put himself in a really healthy position. Will it be Fallon Sherrock or James Harrell who joins him on 14 points with 1 round of fixtures remaining? Both looking for their second win of the day, having both looked like they'd comfortably finish second and third at one stage. To see who makes their move here in this one, let's get back to our commentary team.
Thank you, Abby. Well, these two were second and third at the beginning of the day. James Harrell and Fallon Sherrock, and many people thought that these would be the two players that would take those 2 Group B spots, but the runs of Moreno Michels in particular has seemingly put pay to one of those particular chances. The loser of this one would remain locked on 12 points.
Game on.
Yeah, and the loser would have to watch themselves in terms of leg difference with Kantele. As it stands in the final position in Group B, so position 3, Fallon Sherrock currently on 12 points -4. James Harrell 12 points -4. Kantele 12 points -5. And at the completion of this one,
100.
all the players will have only 1 game to play. Once we complete this match, we will be able to give you a
100.
well, a little bit of a an idea of the permutations.
100.
Just want to get your take on what you think of the match odds for this one. Fallon Sherrock going off at 10 to 11. James Hubble 4 to 5.
Yeah, I mean, Harrell will be
120.
Harrell will be the one that be questioning what's gone wrong. I mean, he started off so strongly today. He was absolutely blistering.
190.
And it could be said from both have had spells. I mean, it's a no-bet game for me. I'd make them 5 to 6 each of two because I can make a case for both winning the game.
100. Fallon, you require 81.
That's a solid ton for Hubble to leave himself on a ton. Sherrock here 81. And so it's going to be a dart at the bullseye.
40.
Doesn't go.
James, you
And so
require
Hubble is back
40.
for tops for the breaker throw and a 1-0 lead.
Game
1-0 it is. 13
James
dart break
Harrell.
for James Hubble.
Second leg, James to throw first. Game on.
And in their support.
95.
Unwavering
Fallon, you
support for John
152.
Henderson. Sherrock looks for this 1-5-2. Another one of them. Double 16. Oh, that's magnificent from Fallon Sherrock to level up at 1 apiece. A 152 checkout to level up the scores.
Third leg, James to throw
You know,
first.
that'd be one of those moments that will maybe give her
Check. Fallon to throw first.
a lift.
Game on.
James thinking he had the darts, but it's Fallon with the honour. So seeing the funny side of it can happen. We've all done it.
Do you know what I like about James? He loves darts. Perhaps sometimes a little bit
60.
too much.
Yeah, a bit like you.
130.
To be honest, when you consider the way that first dart went before things got rejigged, I think Hubble will be happy that he's thrown second now.
Yeah, especially after the 1-3-4.
99.
Sometimes a player just needs a trigger point, and maybe the
60.
1-5-2 can be that for Fallon. Sometimes you need
59.
some confidence from somewhere, just to give you a bit of a boost, get you on a bit of a roll.
$140.
Before he leaves Harrell on a finish after 9 against the Sherrock darts.
45. James require 167.
167 for the break and a 2-1 lead. Doesn't have to go for it and isn't going to attempt to. He's just going to do the sensible thing
135.
and set himself up for double 16 after 12. Averaging 99.5 here.
28. James require 32.
When he's playing good, he's playing good.
Yeah, just no middle ground, is
James
there?
on the third leg, James Harrell.
And the way he started the day with the 101 average, which could have been a lot higher. Yes, James, you
Fourth
can,
leg, James to throw
you
first.
can go first this
Game
time.
on.
And you think, well, maybe that's going to be the catalyst to really let him kick on and play with a bit of freedom. Because he showed in that
60.
opening game what he's capable of and where his levels are.
If he weren't there for it, he beat Moreno Michels by 4 legs to 1,
100.
hit 5 maximums, 4 out of 10 on the doubles, and an average of 101.29.
And he had plenty of maximums hit back at him. That was the most impressive
41.
side of it. That it was against a player who was banging the big scores back in against him.
59.
Moreno could be under the radar, potentially the player of the day.
Yeah, I agree.
140. 59. $55. 60.
Harrell looking to close in on a 3-1 lead here.
85.
Left himself on a finish which feels like has been attempted a lot of times and hit a lot of times. The 120.
57. James require
Fallon
120.
got nothing by way of a sponsor, so Harrell's got 6 from here. Single. Oh, he's missed the single.
80.
A crime punishable in the court of Rod Harrington.
Fortunately for him, there was no damage as
60.
Fallon's back on 166.
James require 40.
But there'll be punishment potentially if this is missed.
Game shot on the fourth leg, James.
There wasn't a miss. 3-1 Harrell.
Fifth leg Fallon to throw.
So Sherrock with the darts
Game on.
here has got it all to do. But kicks off Max.
190.
The second of the game. There's the Hillbilly. Got the perfect response.
123.
Now we set our sights on other things. Great things. Perfect things.
190.
A female player's never done it in front of the cameras before. This could be a moment of Super Series and darting history
49.
from Fallon Sherrock.
141.
The wait goes on.
Only you would have said nothing.
Shall we get Scott Mitchell back?
130.
Yeah, yeah. We should have him on standby and then just bring him in for those moments.
What we should do is, what we'll do is I'll put a picture of him on the wall somewhere.
140.
Be like the
Daniel
Scott
Quarry, 11.
Mitchell mural. 4-4.
Game shot on the
3-2.
fifth leg,
That's an
Fallon
11
Sherrock.
dart leg from Fallon Sherrock. Finished off with an 11 finish.
Yeah, again, glimpses
Six leg
of
James to throw first. Game on.
ultimately what Fallon is capable of.
And now Harrell looking to
60.
serve it out. Victory would put him on to 14 points. It would condemn Fallon Sherrock back down to 12. And then Sherrock takes on Moreno Michels in the
100.
final game of the group. As for Harrell, he takes on Lipscomb. And so you'd sense in that final round it may all be out of the hands of the Queen of the Palace. But
59.
a couple of dry visits from the Hillbilly has opened up the door for the Queen of the Palace, who has found some big moments in this game. The 1-5-2 and the
97.
11 darter in the last leg.
$100. $98.
But Harrell's in a hurry now.
Yeah, back he comes.
140. $125.
In the zone now.
142.
For this to win the match. Not to be this time. And so Sherrock looking at 81 to send us all the way to a
60.
last leg decider.
Require 81.
It's double 18.
Game
It's
on the
3-3,
sixth leg, Fallon
and we
Sherrock.
are going all the way. It's a pivotal leg for both players now.
Yeah, the old faithful. Double 18
Seventh and final leg, Fallon to
Fallon.
throw first. Game
takes
on.
us to a decider. It will be Fallon who has the honour and the advantage of throwing first.
57.
Bookies now have Fallon Sherrock at 4-6, Harrell 11-10. There's the live in-play
85.
odds. Of course, they will fluctuate as the visits move along. You are tuning in on your bookmaker site. Remember to be gambleaware.org, and it is 18 plus in the United Kingdom.
$91. 100.
Steady enough leg on throw for Fallon. Harrell needs a couple of trebles by way of response.
60.
And comes up dry.
Well, key passage of play right here. And she squeeze.
100.
No, just a ton. Oh, James has to be careful. Oh, he can just attack. And does.
190.
What a time to find your first max in the match.
And it may well have just forced the issue of Fallon Sherrock, who can't find the 144, but will do the next best job in terms of setting up. And so this 85 for James Harrell has to go. And it's only going to be the solitary dart at the bullseye to win it for the Hillbilly. James Harrell gets the better of Fallon Sherrock by 4 legs to 3, and it is he who is in control of that final Group B spot, deposing of the Queen of the Palace in a last leg decider, despite an 11 darter and a 152 from Fallon Sherrock. So Harrell on to 14 points. Coming up after the break is going to be a final run out for John Henderson until he returns on Saturday night. He takes on Marco Kantele.
Into our final round of fixtures we go then, and it is still to be determined who will finish in Group B and C spots. Marco Kantele needs to win to give himself a chance on legs difference. If he's defeated, though, as you can see, he'll return tomorrow afternoon in Group C. Can Kantele keep his hopes alive? Let's find out in the company of Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Abby. And so it's one final stroll for the Highlander in Group A before he then departs the scene for a couple of days and will make his return on Saturday night here. Well, it's becoming Super Series Saturday as far as John Henderson is concerned. Every single time he's been involved in a qualification week, he has at least made it through to the final night. That unblemished record has continued here. His back-to-back Group A wins as well for John Henderson, having won the Group A of Week 11 in Series 4. And he finishes off against the Finn, Marco Kantele. These two have met before on big stages, a couple of World Championship appearances between the pair of them. Henderson winning both of those battles. 3-0 in 2018 and 3-2 in 2021. That, of course, in set play.
And they've met twice already here this week. And Big John has got the better of
70.
Marco on both occasions. In fact, right up to this one, the only player to defeat John Henderson
100.
is the player sat in second position, some 10 points behind. Moreno Michels on 14 points.
Well, it's been a complete and utter domination job from the Highlander from
58.
Dart 1 all the way through. I mean, actually, at the start of the day, they were still laying odds on the winner of Group A. And they
It
laid
was
it
25 to 1,
it was
wasn't
1
it?
to 25.
140.
I'll be honest, it probably wasn't worth putting on. 9 to 4 at the beginning of the day to win the week. I don't think he'll be 9 to 4
100.
overnight.
Well, he was evens to win the group Monday, and myself and Abby discussed that. I just thought it was a
45.
little too short for me, and although he won 4 out of 5 on Monday, not particularly convincing, sort of hovering around the level we'd seen from him on the recent series of Challenge Tour events,
140.
but he certainly went through the gears yesterday. And he's pretty much
85.
dominated
Marco
the
Yokar,
group.
133.
Only Moreno Michels has defeated him so far.
44. John Yokar, 131.
So 131 for Henderson to take the opening leg against the darts.
55. Marco Yokar, 89. $73. John Yokar, 76.
And Hendo, punish. That was a reset. Wasn't comfortable. Oh, 19 for double 8. Great recovery dart. Great dart at the
Angel
double.
First leg, John Henderson.
Bang in the middle of the double 8.
Second leg, John to throw first. Game on.
As a matter of fact, the week that John Henderson last time here got to the
140.
final and he topped Group A, and he actually topped that group, and it had some good players in there. The likes of Wesley Plaisir was involved in that particular Group A. So he doesn't get the easy groups here at the Super Series, it's fair to say. He finished 4 points clear of Wesley Plaisir, 6 clear of our friend Patrick Van Den.
Boogard.
Robbie King also on 16.
Yeah, but he ended on
95.
What did he end on? 22 points. He's even more convincing this time round. Potentially going to end on 26 points here if he gets the win.
Yeah, it was a highly competitive group. Jared Cole finished 5th on
99.
12.
What was the leg difference?
He was on plus 23, Henderson.
Currently plus 27.
140.
And then the time before, well, this is actually 3 consecutive Group A's
60.
Henderson's won.
John, your core 126.
Because he then won week 9 Group A on 24 points.
Yeah, that was the Lucas Fennig, wasn't it?
Yeah, the week of the infamous
94.
interview. So 32 after 12 for Henderson to double his lead to 2-0. And that was a good week as well.
Yes, it was.
140.
Venig, Reed, Sedlak, Duff and
32.
Gilliland in that group.
Game on the second leg.
2-0,
John
13
Henderson.
data. And Henderson is just going about his work beautifully.
Yeah, that was a week that
Third leg
Gilliland
Michael
and
to
Duff were
Thoroughford.
down at the
Game
foot
on.
of the table, wasn't it?
Yeah. Was that the same week Chaz Barstow was here as well?
60.
Now he's
140.
pulling well ahead of steam. Oh, no. That is desperately
80.
unlucky. The first goes in the treble. The second goes underneath and plonks the first one out. And now John Henderson swatting a fly. Danny McNamara must have bought the coffees this morning.
Well, he's playing in this one. If it lands on the board, he'll nail it.
Yeah, averaging just a shade under
59.
101, or at least he was before that visit. 2 on the doubles. And look, when you're in Henderson's situation, you want to finish with a bit of a statement.
100.
There's 2 impressions that you want to make in life. It's a good first and a good last. Thinking about it.
98. $97.
Kantele leaving himself on 164.
When you head over to dartshop.tv to
140.
book your tickets for
Mercury
the
Choir
Saturday nights here, and of
164.
course all the seniors events. You'll also see some exhibitions coming up, and Henderson and Fallon are both involved in the Dazzler 16 at the Royal
45.
Armouries
John, your
in
core
Leeds.
64.
Great lineup: Dirk van Dijvenbode, MVG, Fallon, Gurney, Luke Humphreys, John Henderson, Tony O'Shea, and Kevin Painter.
44. Marco, your core 119.
And that'll be a good night. Is this going to be a good finish for Kantele?
In his range today.
Very much so. But it's not going to go until Henderson comes back for a 3-0 lead.
99.
Looking at double 10
John, your core 20.
to pull himself a leg away. Double 5.
15.
Inside. Kantele comes back for 10
Marco,
for
your
2-1.
core 20.
Double 5 again.
Game
5 found for the Finn. Back to 2-1. Henderson with the darts here in the fourth to re-establish his 2-leg cushion.
Fourth leg, John to Thoroughford. Game on.
Kicks off 140.
140.
And don't forget as well, on top of the World Seniors match play tickets you can purchase, there's also tickets available for the World Seniors Championship in February 2024.
97.
Got a brand new well, a unique atmosphere. You've got that Oki side seat, which you can now purchase in 2024.
190.
Yeah, if they're not already sold out. It's only 6 months away, isn't it? Soon come round quick.
135.
February the 15th to February the 18th at the world famous Circus Tavern in Purfleet, Essex.
95.
Running from Thursday afternoon all the way through to Sunday night.
Yeah, it should be on any darts fan's bucket list, that. It is an incredible atmosphere.
85. John, you require 86.
86 for a 3-1 lead for John Henderson. Perfect first dart, double 16.
Game shot on the fourth leg, John
And the Highlander
Henderson.
opens up a 2-leg cushion, averaging just a smidgen under a ton, an 11-dart leg. And the man who has
Fifth leg,
completely and
Michael to
utterly
Rover.
dominated this Group
Game
A
on.
is a leg away from completing it with 13 wins from a possible 15.
$45.
Two more games after this. Harrell against Lipscomb and Michels against Sherrock.
130.
And this one looks like it's going to be over quite quickly if Henderson's got something to say about it. Kantele.
60.
It was like a campaign in Group C tomorrow and Friday afternoon await.
Yep, alongside
22.
Adam Lipscomb.
I'll soon find out whether it will be Fallon Sherrock or James Harrell. Harrell beats Lipscomb.
58.
It'll be pretty much all over.
85.
Yeah, it pretty much would be all over because Fallon would have to beat
100.
Moreno 4-0.
Seen it happen before, but you look at the way both players are playing today.
30.
You sense that
That's going to be a close one, isn't it? Well, I mentioned earlier how important that win was for Moreno against Kantele. The fact that it was 4-0.
140.
He's currently sat on 14 points plus 3.
Marco, you require 98.
double 19, and he has got time for 3-2. And he's going to think of splitting
66.
and hoping next time he'll be hitting. Endo would love to pile something big in here. And find something big he
140.
does and pile the pressure on this 32. Double 8. Fours, last dart in hand.
Game
Just squeezes into the corner and we go to a 6th. Kantele pulling one back, but Henderson has the opportunity here to serve it out.
To throw first. Game on.
Danny McNamara making the call a game on. There's an Irishman, a Scotsman and a Finn on that stage. It sounds like one of those jokes that you'd have.
$96. 60. $133.
Loving those 19s today.
60.
And possibly this game could change on its head because that drive visit from Henderson has given Kantele the darts. And he's using them to full effect.
140.
This game may well be seesawing. But then when he thought that he might be up against it, Henderson conjures up a max. And Kantele needs to take out the 132 to send us all the way.
Can't be done now. 114. So Hendo will be back at 101. To wrap it up. 4-2, and he's had some big finishes today.
101.
This to get the job done. 81 left. 24 left.
89.
Inside it goes, and this to send us all the way to
40.
a last leg decider. One more in hand.
No score.
Doesn't go.
12.
Surprisingly. Double three, bottom of the board. No mistake at all.
And the match,
For John Henderson, as he ends his day on a high. He's played 15 matches, winning 13, ends on 26 points, plus 28 on the leg difference, 93.19 the average, couple of 180s, 7 big 140s. And your winner of Group A is John Henderson. He's safely through to the final. Still plenty to play for in Group B. Up next, James Harrell against Adam Lipscomb.
So then, confirmation that Marco Kantele will be competing in Group C for the remainder of the week. Now, James Harrell has the opportunity to book his spot in Group B with a win over Adam Lipscomb. Harrell started the day with an average north of 101. He took out 85 on the bull in his last match to get the better of Sherrock, and a win here would move him back up into second in the table. Let's get the action underway then and return to our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, quite simply, a win for Harrell, and he is through. He would move on to 16 points.
First leg, James to throw first. Game on.
We've seen a little bit of everything from James, haven't we, today? We've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly, really.
121.
Yeah, I mean, even if he loses here, it's still not the end of the world, because if Moreno
100.
Michels defeats Fallon, then he still goes through, because Fallon will remain on 12 points.
100.
Incredibly, Moreno currently in second position on 14 points. Still isn't safe.
60.
Because if Fallon defeats Moreno 4-0, he would go to 14 points -1.
100.
As would Moreno, but legs 1 would be in favour of Fallon.
100.
Permutation Wednesdays, everybody.
Priority number 1, though, for Harrell is to win to ensure his spot in Group B.
140. James require 140.
Well, that 140 for Lipscomb has just changed the complexion of this leg somewhat. Unless Harrell can find something big, but he can't find the second treble there.
100. Adam require 101. $55. James require 40.
Tops for the opening leg. 1-0
James on the
Harrell.
first leg, James.
That's the one of the four he needs. For a place in tomorrow night.
Second leg, Adam to throw first. Game on.
So Lipscomb, it's going to be a campaign in Group C for him on Thursday
100.
and Friday.
Yeah, he's currently on 8 points, can only get to 10, which will still leave him at the foot of the table.
In case
60.
of going back tonight, regrouping and hoping to come back tomorrow stronger.
85. $44. 59. 40.
It's just had the feel of one of those last games where the gas tank is approaching empty, the
39.
red light is on.
Yeah, the range number is at 0.
But I need to find a way of getting to the end destination one way or another, especially in the case of James Harrell.
59.
You do hit the wall, more so mentally than physically.
140.
It's just in the comms box. Trying to work out every little permutation going is
Adam requires 78.
some task. Tops.
38.
Oh,
James require
James
118.
118.
Cardinal sin first start. And so Lipscomb is going to come back for tops
Adam
to level up
Lamar,
at 1
40.
apiece.
Game shot
In
the
it
second leg,
goes,
Adam
1-1.
Lipscomb. Third leg, James to throw first. Game on.
So Harrell kicking off leg 3. And
140.
kicking off 140.
$100.
His odds to win the week at the beginning of play was 8-1. The same as that of Fallon Sherrock.
90.
Has got a good record in terms of qualifying for Saturday nights, does James Harrell. But hasn't really been able to
100.
find what he would have liked on a Saturday evening.
Yeah, we see that with quite a few players, though, don't we, that continue to make that Saturday night, but just can't get it right on the night.
140.
You go from having the mindset of multiple opportunities throughout the week, and then
100.
on finals night,
131.
almost like knockout darts. And after, well, pretty much after one round of games, it is knockout darts. 6 players divided into 2 groups of 3.
91.
They play each other once. Top 2 make up the semi-finals. So if you don't win that opening game, you're bang in trouble.
71.
And that's what
James
happens. You can see the
40.
pressure takes its toll on so many quality players.
Game shot the third leg, James Harrell.
But not seeming as if it's taken any toll here on James Harrell in this game. 2 out of 2 on the doubles, 13 darts. At 2-1 he leads.
Fourth leg, Adam to throw first. Game on.
As you mentioned with the energy levels, just need to find one burst now.
140.
Don't leave anything left.
Well, Harrell will be more versed in playing multiple matches and long days of darts, of course. Has been doing the WDF
40.
tour for a good few years now with some success, gone deep in many tournaments. Won a few, of course.
55.
Far more experienced about keeping something in reserve.
Well, these are shorter days in comparison to some of those monster events like the Isle of Man and the British
60.
Open and the British Classic.
I've played in many where you're playing at match 1 at 9:30 in the morning and getting on stage at 10 o'clock at night for the final.
96.
Everybody always mentions the Welsh Open. They always mention the Welsh Open when they talk about long darting days.
Yeah, most of those big ones are.
105.
Just due to the fact that the amount of players, and they were only best of 5s as well. So
140.
a lot of the time you're sat around and waiting for your next match.
Well, Lipscomb here has got the opportunity on 70s level
62.
proceedings
Adam
up at
Lamar,
2 apiece.
70.
And is going to get a dart at tops
50.
just below. And is going to return for double 10.
James Harrell,
140.
when given a chance,
Adam
has been
Lamar, 20.
dead-eye deadly. 2 from 2.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Adam Lipscomb.
Adam, not too shabby himself. 2 from 5.
Fifth leg, James
So, a
to
level
throw
game.
first. Game on.
Which will create some interest for Messrs. Michels and Sherrock backstage.
96. 60. 100. 85.
Sticking with the task here is Adam Lipscomb. Keeping James Harrell honest at every single juncture. Maybe forcing the mistake. Good recovery of the last dart.
$135.
135 leaves him on 221.
$40.
And so let's go with the opportunity now to obtain the breaker throw. And he finds his first max of the match. Perfect timing. What does Hubble have by way of response?
60.
Just a 60.
41.
To put himself 3-2 in front. Double 16 is found for Adam Lipscomb. And just that little bit of an outstretch of emotion there from baby boy.
Six leg Adam to throw first.
3-2 with the break of throw.
$45.
But only a 45 to start.
$100. $100. $41. $95. $100.
Nice leg up in the offing, but Lipscomb, the advantage of throw really being the major difference.
82.
Now opportunity presents itself for Harrell. He can find a treble here. Needs a treble here now.
Yeah, it won't be a disaster if he
100.
loses, of course.
$59. James require 160.
Still permutations that would see him through if Moreno defeats Fallon.
James on the six leg, James Harrell.
And that is some way to keep you in the contest. A 160 checkout to send us to leg 7.
To throw first.
Second one
Game
we've
on.
seen today, of course. Marco Kantele in the second match of the day against Adam Lipscomb took out that very finish.
44.
Just as Lipscomb was presenting himself with an opportunity to win the match. But Harrell has started dry in this leg. Lipscomb responds 140.
$140. $100.
Imagine if Lipscomb does win and Harrell is dumped down to Group C. The psychological impact it's going to have on their personal
41.
head-to-heads on Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, because if he does lose this
49.
match, there's still
36.
an opportunity for him to go through.
45.
He's himself first to a finish, but what is Harrell going to find by way of response? Remember, he had the darts at the beginning of the deciding leg. Realistically, needs another. just the one in the bed.
100. Adam, you require 167.
167 isn't going to go, and so Harrell for the match.
49.
And 2.
James, you require 140.
Book his spot into tomorrow night. The 140 isn't going to go.
60. Adam,
Only
you require
60, so he's still
118.
left himself a bit to do.
But Lipscomb cannot clean up on the 118, and so
42.
it should be a match start at
James, you require
tops.
80.
Single. Oh, no. Well, it wasn't even as if it was a miss to the single one. It was a miss to the double, and then he's
23.
missed a single number
Adam,
second
you require
time.
76.
And now it's Lipscomb's turn to miss the big number. Double 12.
52.
And he's wide it.
James, you require 57.
And Harrell here, who should have had a dart in the previous turn, is going to have to spurn one here. Oh my goodness. That is 3 in a row. He's found the 14 eventually. And now it's one at tops. You can see the nerves seeping from his face.
17. Adam,
And the
you
chance has
require
come and gone.
24.
That one's on the wire. That's a really nice guide. Can he use it? No,
No
is the
score.
answer. Lipscomb's missed 3 more for the match.
James, you require
Harrell comes
40.
back. He shakes his head. And heads for double 10.
20.
But he still can't complete the job.
Adam, you require 24.
It goes on.
Game, shot, and the match.
But not for
Adam
any longer,
Lipscomb.
because Adam Lipscomb has beaten James Harrell by 4 legs to 3. The Hillbilly, who had chance after chance, opportunity after opportunity to secure and cement his Group B place, loses out in the end to Adam Lipscomb in a last leg decider. A 160 checkout took us all the way, but Lipscomb winning in the end 4-3. Next up, it is the final game of the group. It will decide where everybody's going at Moreno Michels takes on Sherrock.
So then, victory for Adam Lipscomb in our last match has kept things very interesting coming into our final Group A fixture. We've known for some time that Hendo is through to finals night. Moreno Michels is now guaranteed a Group B spot. If he wins this next match, James Harrell will join him there. If Fallon Sherrock wins by any scoreline, she will leapfrog Harrell and join Michels in Group B. To see how this one unfolds, let's get back to Henry and Mace.
Thank you, Abby. And so here we go. Final game of Group A. And the task for Fallon Sherrock has been made a heck of a lot easier following the drama of the last game.
Yes, the fact that James Harrell didn't win that match was, well, we massively expected him to win the match. The odds compilers expected him to win the match. Every metric we looked at, we expected him to win the match. But the fact that he was defeated means that if Fallon wins 4-3 or better,
96.
she goes through and takes Moreno Michels with him, with her. So they will be in
83.
Group B alongside Sean McDonald, Ryan Finesse, and Scott Marsh.
140.
As we know, John Henderson safely through, dominated this Group A, winning 13 of 15.
60.
However, if she loses
90.
the tie, she will go into Group C alongside Kantele, Lipscomb, Sam
81.
Cromwell, Darren Johnson, Scott Baker.
Or 137.
Yeah, the only time John Henderson has never failed to win a Group A in a qualification form was back in week 12 of Series 2,
50.
where he finished on 16 points. It was Lee Budgeon who won that particular group on 20 points from Noel Cullerton.
Yeah, that's a while ago, that.
January, that was.
22.
That does feel like a while ago.
Well, on Monday, Fallon got the better of Moreno 4-1.
Moreno requires 16.
And doubled down
Game
with a
Sherrock
4-3 win
Moreno
yesterday.
Michels.
This week, so far, Fallon
Cycling
leads
Fallon
their
to
head-to-head
Rovers.
2-0.
Game on.
But finds herself a leg behind.
But Michels has been probably the
60.
most consistent and steady player out of the six today.
Yeah, outside of Henderson, he's certainly been the most reliable.
100.
And of course, he is the only player to defeat Henderson in Henderson's
100.
Group A campaign. His two defeats came at the hands of this man.
60.
Don't forget, we're going to be back for double session day tomorrow and Friday.
59.
We'll be spending a lot of time together, Mace.
Brilliant.
58.
You're going to be a part of the new Super Series coffee club?
34.
What was this?
Little coffee club we began last week.
Really?
Yeah.
When does that happen?
Thursday, Friday
96.
nights.
Sounds a bit boring to me, so I'll pass.
$41.
Well, Michels here on the cusp of a 2-0 lead, which would put James Harrell halfway towards the Thursday night
60.
post.
$80.
Untimely bounce
Moreno
out, so
for
both players on
127.
127.
And it will be Moreno getting first poke, 8-8.
119. Fallon require
Michels has nudged the
127.
wire. Can Sherrock find the finish? Not to be. And so the Dutchman is back for 2-0. And the breaker throw.
41. Moreno, you require 8.
Which will put the hillbilly halfway there. Double 2.
Game
It's
shot the
found
second leg.
for
Moreno
2-0.
Michels.
And Fallon Sherrock now has it all to do.
Third leg Moreno to throw first.
He needs to win
Game on.
4 of the next 5 legs.
119. $100. $58. $60. $140.
Time 40 for Michels. Trickles his way back down, close to finishing range. Looks like he's closing in on a 3-0 lead in next to no time at all. That's for Fallon Sherrock. Well, it looks like she's saved
55.
probably a poised performance of the group for the most important game of the group.
96. Moreno require 129.
6 darts and 129 for a 3-0 lead. Doesn't have to attack the bullseye.
44. $43. Moreno
Plenty of
require
time.
85.
Oh, Moreno on this 85. Tops.
65. Fallon require 100.
Is this the catalyst for Fallon Sherrock? Was that the moment that could have just lit a spark, lit a fuse? Not to be, and so
100.
Michels comes back for
Moreno
double 10
require
to
20.
open up a 3-0 lead.
Game
and a
from
3-0
the
lead it is.
Moreno Michels.
And Fallon Sherrock is now in a position where it looks like she is
Fourth leg Fallon to throw
looking at the
first. Game
Group
on.
C trapdoor.
$100.
Good find with the last dart. Ton to start on throw, needing to win each of the remaining 4 legs in this match.
25.
And that was a slip for Michels. Any kind of victory would be enough because even 4-3,
100.
yes, Harrell and Sherrock could be level in terms of the legs difference. But on the legs 1 metric, Sherrock would have the 1 up on the hillbilly.
60.
A way of 44 legs to 43.
$42.
Well, it looks like this leg is prettily in her leisure, but as Michels got some kind of answer for that.
100.
Ton doesn't really do much.
$41. $125.
Great recovery of the last 2 darts, one in the first one in the single 5. But this is better from Sherrock.
140.
Leaves herself on 78 to pull 1 back.
96. Fallon requires 78.
Both players on a finish, but it's Fallon with first poke on the 78. It's going to be a dart at top to bring it back to 3-1. And only
on the
needs
fourth
the
leg,
1 dart at
Fallon
tops to
Sherrock.
bring it back to 3-1. Is that going to be the first step?
Fifth leg Moreno to throw first.
We saw
Game on.
last week Justin Smith go 3-0 down to Charlie Large. He then
57.
rattled off 4 legs in quick succession to pull off the comeback victory to seal his particular destiny. That was a qualification spot through to Saturday night. And Fallon Sherrock
57.
here has got to do something of similar epic proportions.
96.
You're wondering where Chris Mason has popped off to. He's made his way up to the balcony to join Abigail Davies to talk all about today's
59.
action. And don't forget, if you're tuning in courtesy of the Super Series YouTube channel, don't forget to drop us a subscribe. If you missed any of the action, we've got a
96.
highlights package recapping the best of it. Exclusive interviews, bonus content, classic matches, you name it, we've got it. And we'll be back on the Super Series
100.
YouTube channel tomorrow afternoon from 1 o'clock. So do join us, and then we'll be with our friends at Sporty Stuff TV
60.
from free. And Sherrock here needs a big score.
97.
Recovers for the last start, but Michels has got 6 starts on 192 to complete the job.
140.
And a 140 sets him up handily. 52 after 15 to complete a 4-1 success.
58. Moreno require 52.
To send James Harrell into Group B alongside him.
Game
Moreno
shot,
Michels
and the
gets the
match,
better
Moreno
of
Michels.
Fallon Sherrock, and it's going to be him and James Harrell who will contest Group B. Fallon Sherrock is going to be a Thursday and Friday afternoon session for her. These are the stats from our final game: an 82.16 average, 4 out of 10 on the doubles, enough for Moreno Michels to get over the line against the Queen of the Palace. And so John Henderson is your group winner for Moreno Michels and James Harrell in second and third. They'll be contesting Group B on Thursday and Friday afternoon as Michels gets the better of Sherrock by 4 legs to 1.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, Henry. Not for the first time, Fallon Sherrock really fading away at the back end of the day there.
Yeah, seems to be a bit of a theme, doesn't it? And the two that traded places today was the two that met in the final match of the session. And yeah, disappointing session today for Fallon. It just wasn't quite there for her.
Yeah, confirmation of the results that we've seen today then. Fallon Sherrock just getting the 1 victory in this afternoon's session, that coming over Kantele. But for Moreno Michels, 4 wins from 5. A really impressive day's play and some quite convincing victories as well. You can see there a victory over Adam Lipscomb, 4-0 in that one. John Henderson, though, again, the standout player. It did look like that could have been James Harrell, though, didn't it, after his first performance, averaging 101 against Moreno Michels, the only game that Michels lost.
Yeah, well, right at the top of the show, we discussed Moreno. I wasn't sure he was going to be able to win 4 out of 5, and then when we spoke after match 6 and we were reflecting on that impressive performance from Harrell, I was even more convinced he was going to be the one to go through with Fallon. But credit to Moreno, we said he's got game and he plays at a very steady level. He's pretty one-paced, but he can maintain that level and can hit a 180. His combination finishing is good, and yeah, for me, the right man that went through.
Yeah, and John Henderson, of course, top in the group quite comfortably in the end. Didn't really get too troubled, did he, at any point? You can see the leg difference there as well. It was quite clear yesterday that he was going to be the man that qualified for finals night. How much of a threat is he going to be on Saturday?
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, he's massively experienced, isn't he? He's won a World Cup. He's won big titles all over the world. So, yeah, he's certainly one of the favourites, and one of the favourites for a reason. And what we seen yesterday was when he was sort of asked the question and went through the gears, his top game is there, which that will put him in good stead for Saturday night. Any
aspects of his game you think he'll want to improve before Saturday?
No, I think he's a very reactive player. I think he just sort of plays what's in front of him, and every now and again when he sort of does go through the gears, he can hold it throughout the entirety of a match. I mean, there's a lovely sequence of play here, from 2-0 down, bangs in the max, and then takes out the 157 really cleanly.
Yeah, we've seen some really good finishing over the course of today's play, haven't we?
Well, especially when you think on Monday, we only had 5 ton-plus finishes. We had 8 more yesterday, and they've been going in all day today.
Yeah, Kantele took out 5 on his own today.
Yeah, he took out well, we had 2 160s as well, didn't we? Yeah, I mean, it could boil up to be a fabulous Saturday night, because both Group B and both Group C are really tough.
Yeah, let's have a look then at the draw bracket for the remainder of the week. Group C, of course, will get underway tomorrow afternoon, and that is where we will see Fallon Sherrock, Adam Lipscomb and Marco Kantele They are joined by Darren Johnson, who, of course, was the runner-up at the Swedish Open and made the quarterfinal of the Swedish Masters at the weekend. He is going to be a significant threat coming into that group, isn't he?
Yeah, certainly is. And it's how Scott Baker deals with a slightly slower pace, because he's super quick, as we know. And there's not too many quick players in that group. So it's all about how Baker manages the pace of the matches. But for me, he's favourite to win Group C.
Fallon Sherrock, she started the week really strongly. It's almost quite easy to forget, isn't it, that she averaged 105.5 in her opening game of this week's campaign, put a real marker down. Do you think she'll have a bit of trouble coming through that group, though?
I think she will. I think she will. I really hope that she was going to build off that super performance. I mean, we keep seeing flashes from her. You know, some great finishes. She had a lovely 152, and then just seems to go flat again. I'm not sure whether it's a physical thing or a psychological thing with her right now, or it's just a lack of match time. But yeah, she's gonna have to be more consistent. We know she's got a high level, but her problem is the other end of the range. You're just not going to win matches here. Well, you will, but not too often with sort of mid-70s.
Absolutely. To see then whether she will be able to maintain a consistent level in Group C, make sure you come and join us from 1 p.m. tomorrow. But today, it was all about John Henderson. The Highlander has become the first player to book his spot at Saturday's finals night. Come and join us tomorrow afternoon. The action gets underway from 1 p.m.